Matchday Live, the buildup
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
The voice of the Toon Army. Welcome to NUFC Talk TV Matchday Live with Toon Twins, Tim and Peter. Thank you for joining us today for this massive game at St James's Park. We are live on DAB radio across Newcastle, Gateshead and Concert, live on YouTube and the website nufcradio.com. So, like I said, Newcastle play Bournemouth at St James's Park, and there's so many subplots to this one that we can go over. But there is one subplot that hasn't been. It's not really a subplot, but it's an irony to this game that hasn't been mentioned too much before now. So we'll bring that up as well. Before we really get into it, please smash the like button. It really helps support the channel. Keep your comments coming. We'll get to as many as we can. If you want to guarantee your comment being read out, give us a super chat. And if you can, become a member for $4.99 to see exclusive content all in one place. That's $4.99 a month. And for those listening on DAB, we are also live on YouTube once again, where you'll see plenty of opinions coming in. Right, okay, I can see the mighty Win there is in the chat. Morning, boys. Morning, Win. Good to have you on board, mate. Hope you are enjoying your pre-match drinks. I'm sure you are. Yeah. David Spence there. Good to see you. You've got a few comments there about Toon Army we'll get to, so I'll stall that one for you, mate.
Got trolls in the house as well.
Trolls, yep. Wish I was confident for today's game and excited. Well, it's always interesting. Maybe not exciting, but it is nervy, but it is fascinating at the same time, isn't it? And we've got Tommy in the chat as well. Evening, Bonnie lads. How you doing, mate? Okay, right. So I'll come back to the comments. I'll go through a few things first. How are you doing, Peter, by the way? All good?
Yep, all good. Like you say, crunch time today, so it's a big one.
Aye. How are you feeling? Before I get into a few things I've got wrote down here, how do you feel about this game generally, going into it?
I can't deny it's difficult to not fear the worst, but I'm hoping we're going to rally today. So yeah, we've spoke all week. You know, I said on Wednesday, I think it looks like it may well have run its course with regards to Eddie. But you know what? He's still in the dugout. He's still the gaffer. So I think today, I just hope today we can rally, like I say, and show that defiance from the stands at least. And hopefully we can turn it round. We'll see.
Smash them, as Troll says.
Yeah.
Aye. You know what, right? I think that I do think we'll come out the traps in the first 20 minutes. Might be wrong. We expected this against Crystal Palace. Didn't happen, after that break. I do think with this one, I would be surprised if we didn't start the game well and play well in those first 20 minutes. What'll happen after that, who knows? But I think like that first phase of the game, if we're not up for it, if we don't put a performance in, my word, there's questions to be asked. And we are against a tough side today, so there's that as well. But I think we will turn up, to begin with, I think. It's how we cope with the rest of the game.
Just quickly as well, what I would say to everyone in the chat watching on YouTube, let us know who would you play in terms of team selection today. There's obviously a lot of debate that goes on about what, who Eddie picks, who he doesn't pick. So let us know what would your team be for today.
Yeah, we'll talk about that as well. And I've got my thoughts, and it's interesting today, particularly with the striker situation and Asula playing the last one and scoring and actually playing quite well, I thought. So we'll come on to that. Just want to go through a few things with Eddie Howe's press conference. I don't know. Have you seen that, Peter? Have you read the quotes?
I've read the quotes.
Okay. Mick
Yeah,
Bingley
didn't
there.
watch
Hi,
it.
mate. Good to see you. Right. Yeah, 3-0 to Toon. Hopefully, mate. Hopefully. I think both teams
Fingers
will
crossed.
score, but we will see. Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I did read the comments, but I also heard a lot of the press conference as well, and I just want to go through a few comments that Eddie Howe made, and I do wish as well the journalists would ask a few more sort of pointed questions, more detailed questions. I think a lot of it is quite generalized, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's quite vague. And don't get us wrong, there were some good questions here and there. Um, I think is it Jordan Cronin? I've forgotten his full name. I've butchered that probably, but part of the Geordie Journos, he asked directly about changing style of play, which was fair play. But I think I want to mention what I've already spoke to you about, Peter, and that's sort of Eddie Howe's demeanour. And he did come out, some people are saying he came out fighting. He did come out a bit more positive, and he said, my fire is definitely burning, and I've got plenty of wood there stacked up, which was good to hear. I do think as well that he could break free the odd time and just give that rallying call just now and again. You don't want to do it all the time. It literally it's pointless. It has no effect if it's just the same thing over and over. But for somebody like him, who is very reserved and sticks to a level head, which I think by and large is a great quality. But I just think, for example, and I can't believe I'm going to say this because I've really despised some of his antics in the past, but Mikel Arteta, I don't like his antics on the touchline. Didn't like his response when we beat him, talking about investigations and all that. I think it was ridiculous. But having said that, right, and I know some people have kind of mocked it as well, but I didn't mind his press conference when he said about, I'm on fire. That's what I feel. He was being asked about anxiety and stress and nervousness, and he just said, you know what? No, I've got fire in me because this is a great opportunity. Nerves, no. Nerves is when you're struggling, sort of thing. And granted, we are struggling, but the point is that he kind of popped the balloon of tension to say, no, I'm up for it, me. And I think if Eddie Howe maybe just said, you know what, it has been difficult, and yeah, it's been tough. But when I go to that dugout at St James's Park, I never take it for granted, and I always understand how lucky I am to be representative of those 50,000 fans, and it will be no different on Saturday. Just kind of really words to that effect, and I am going to be doing everything possible to really get those 3 points, and we need everyone together. And there is, kind of what he said as well, but yeah, there's no doubting how much I really adore being in this job. Words along those lines. I'm just plucking a few things out of the sky, but what do you think, Peter, about that?
Mm. He sort of leaned into that a little bit. If you look
Mm,
at the transcript of what he said, like you say, stacking the wood,
mm,
getting ready to light that fire. But
mm,
I think he's very much like Rafa in that he doesn't get too high when things are going well. He doesn't get too low when things aren't going very well. So
mm.
yeah, some people might say that's one of his strengths because
It
football
is.
is such an emotional sport, and that you can maybe get carried away too much in that side of things where you lose your head if you do get pulled into the emotion too much. And I think that's the way Eddie Howe looks at it in terms of trying to think clearly and not maybe getting wrapped up too much in the emotion. And I think that served him well. Clearly, it has. I mean, again, we can't deny for all the talk and all the stick that he's got and all the stick I've gave Eddie, this week and at times this season, questioning what's he doing. But still, I can't deny overall his body of work at Newcastle has been immense. It's been
Mm,
quality. So like he's worked wonders basically over the 4 years, 4.5 years. So
mm.
we're scrutinising now and saying, yeah, maybe he should change his demeanour and change this and change that. He might look at it and think, well, I'm only going to fall back on what's worked for me,
Yeah,
and that what has brought success for the majority of the time. I do take your point though in terms of I think this situation Eddie's in now is totally unlike any other situation he's been in so far at Newcastle. This is totally unique. It feels different, doesn't it? So I think maybe that being the case, yeah, I know what you're saying. He could maybe come out and show that demeanour where there is a marked difference, there's a change.
yeah,
And that kind of wakes people up a bit like, whoa, and maybe wakes the players up.
yeah,
Maybe hopefully he's doing that behind the scenes. But yeah, even just for the fans, like you say, to pop that tension. Because I think that hopefully today we can rally. That's what I'm hoping is we can show that defiance. Certainly from the stands, I hope the fans can do that. But yeah, I think Eddie, he kind of is what he is in that regard. I don't think you're going to really get a massive change from him in terms of personality.
yeah, yeah. And I don't want him to change in that. I agree. Being level-headed is a strength. And in amongst all the, Ange Postecoglou, for example, picking fights with reporters every week, it just becomes absolutely tedious, in my opinion. So I don't want him to change, genuinely speaking. I just literally mean every now and again on very rare occasions, like now, like you say, just pull a few things out of the bag, to perk people up because there is apathy, I think, around.
Yeah,
And, we don't want that. And that's, we need the opposite of that. So I just think if he kind of said a few things that really raised a few eyebrows and left it at that, and then, you don't have to come back and revisit anything of that. You then go back to being level headed. But I just think if he said, yeah, tough times, but let me tell you, I am absolutely up for this. Do not doubt my passion. I love this club, and this club means a lot to me, and I never take it for granted. And I'm going to do everything I can on Saturday to get those 3 points. So do not worry about that. You can say whatever you want, but rest assured, that is the case and always will be the case while I am the manager of Newcastle United. You know, just that. I think if he was
yeah,
stern, like, whoa, you know what? You're watching that as a fan, you'd be like, you know what? Yeah, I've got my issues, but let's do this on Saturday. Let's
mhm,
just do it. Um, so I want to move on then to a few other things. So yeah, he said that every player needs to have commitment in training and commitment to the club, and they are not going to play if they are not 100% committed. You know, I would argue Anthony Gordon at times hasn't shown in performances 100% commitment. It's not. It's only the odd time here and there. He does work hard a lot of the time, but against Palace, like a lot of fans, I saw him pulling out of tackles. And to me, I get the impression he thinks he's better than he is. He thinks he's David Ginola, who can swan around and get the ball and take his time, maybe pop one in the top corner. He's not that
mm,
kind of player, in my opinion. Maybe trying to mold himself that way. Maybe Eddie Howe's trying to do that as well. To me, his strength is tenaciousness, it's pace, it's aggression, it's busyness, and it's certainly not pulling out at tackles. And
mm,
yeah, so you know, what do you think of Eddie Howe's comments there, and how do you square that with
mm,
Anthony Gordon's performances, and what would you do with him?
mm. It'll certainly bring more scrutiny over what transpires today and the kind of performance you see from, like you say, the likes of Gordon. I agree. We watched the match against Palace. There was definitely at least one moment where I thought it was a 50-50
Mm,
and he put the brakes on. So
mm,
is that what you need in this kind of situation when Newcastle are struggling like they are? So it's not, is it?
mm,
So he can't be doing that today, that's for sure. I don't think he will. I think today, certainly, like you say, at least the first half, first phase of that match, I do think there'll be full pelt. And if Gordon plays, I think he will
mm,
be full pelt, getting at the opposition. But bottom line is, there have been times this season where, yeah, he's put the brakes on and he has pulled out of tackles. And like the Tarkovsky incident, like we talked about from the
mm,
Everton match, when he's shielding the ball in the corner, and we know Gordon just didn't want to know in that moment. It's clear for all to see. In that moment in time, he just thought, nah, don't want to know. And Tarkovsky was probably thinking, what's going on here? Like, he's expecting the challenge. He's expecting a physical battle to try and shield that ball out, and it didn't come. So I just wonder, has Eddie pulled him aside, and does he mention these things to Gordon? But like you say, I think Gordon's trying to evolve his game, and he's trying to become a more sophisticated player. But he has lost that spikiness that he had when he first came from Everton, and that's what made him stand out at Everton. Is that raw kind of, like you say, his tenacious style that he had, it's a bit like Wayne Rooney at Man United. Now, obviously, ability-wise, we're talking different levels there, but Rooney at Man United had that spikiness, and actually, when it did go a bit too far at times with his aggression, but ultimately, that was a major part of his game. It was a strength of his, that aggression of just getting in defenders' faces and not letting up. And actually, Rooney lost that in his later days, didn't he? You could just tell it wasn't there anymore. And okay, he was a bit older and he's trying to evolve his game, but I just think Gordon's still young, and he's starting to lose that already. And I think he needs to get back to that spikiness. And like Trolls is saying there, Gordon is selfish, and I do think there's a bit of that creeping in now with Anthony Gordon. All season, really. I think you can maybe throw that in the mix in terms of, is he thinking about England rather than Newcastle?
Yeah. Well, I'll come on to that. And the mighty Wayne says, but Gordon wasn't the only one. Why single him out? And he says, one moment. Well, it's not just him. So, there are other players, and I've mentioned other players before, such as Tino Livramento. I mentioned against Barcelona when he came on, and his attempt to go up for that header against Lewandowski was pitiful. So I mentioned it then, and I had grave doubts about him playing in a derby after seeing that. And he comes off the bench against Sunderland and is standing in the 6-yard box, just daydreaming while their striker puts it in the net. And generally speaking, he looks really, really out of sorts, and it does look like his mind is elsewhere. So yeah, Tino's another one.
Yeah.
I would say, with Gordon, what annoys me about, and by the way, I think Jacob Murphy as well, by all accounts, I'll need to see it back again, but I've heard people say that he wasn't sprinting back, and he had an absolute nightmare against Palace. So maybe he's another one. Maybe he's lost his fire. But with Anthony Gordon, one of the big red flags that you alluded to there, Peter, is he has effectively said to Eddie Howe he doesn't want to play right wing. So it's not just what I'm seeing in the pitch, it's what I'm hearing that is kind of confirming what I thought, in that he does not want to play where he could play and be effective. Like we've been here before, with Kieran Dyer. Not exactly the same thing, in that, I'm not saying he has said to Eddie Howe, I refuse to play right wing. I'm not saying he said that, but what he has clearly said to Eddie Howe is, look, Gaffer, I believe my strengths are either down the middle or on the left, and that's where you're going to get the best out of us. So, I would prefer to play there if that's okay, type thing. Dancing around it, you know what I mean, in a more polite manner. But to me, there's not that much of a difference, because, like you say, it seems obvious that the reason he wants to do that, or one of the reasons, is because he's not going to get into the England team at right wing. He is going to on left wing potentially. And I do find it really selfish. And when you consider he has the attributes to do damage down the right, in a more selfless role, and in a position where we've struggled this season as well, I think it's bang out of order. And I think for Eddie Howe to come out and say that, Eddie Howe didn't criticise him, but he just mentioned about the conversation that he'd had. Eddie Howe wouldn't have said that if it was an innocuous, flippant comment that Anthony Gordon had made. He wouldn't have said that in public. Eddie Howe is the last manager to say anything even slightly controversial. So, yeah, he's clearly said to Eddie Howe, Anthony Gordon, that is, he didn't want to play right wing, if at all possible. I absolutely do not like that one little bit. So it ties in with, and Mike Wynn says he told Eddie Howe that he doesn't enjoy playing on the right as much on the left. But, come on, we can read between the lines. You know what I mean? Well, Win, come on, mate. Clearly, he's saying to Eddie Howe in a roundabout way, I don't want to play right wing, Again, I'm not saying he's refused to play right wing, but he's nudged Eddie Howe. And it does fall in line where there's been clear occasions where it's been such an obvious move, even for 10, 15 minutes at the end of the game, to put him on the right. And the fact that he hasn't, those comments do actually solve that conundrum, I'm only responding to your win, so if you accept what I'm saying, maybe we can move on and accept some common sense. It's but I will move on. And so obviously Tito's another one we're going to be looking out for today, see if he plays. And another thing Eddie Howe said was about counter-attack. And he said that he, in terms of changing style of play, said that he wouldn't want to not be an attacking side. He wants to be on the front foot. He wants the team to be pushing forwards. And I mean, he said that they are already a passing side, but passing with a purpose, which I do, as a philosophy, if you want to call it that, I do agree with that. But he said that he would never go counter-attack. He said, I would never do that for a period of time. It's not his way. And he kind of planted his flag down that way. And he said it's about the players as well and playing in a way that suits the players. What do you think about that, Peter?
But did Nottingham Forest not play counter-attack last season with Alanga in their team on the right-hand side, and he flourished? I mean, and also didn't Newcastle play counter-attack against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge? To me, that's how it looked. Yep. And it worked perfectly. So, do you know what? On one hand, I admire the kind of, like you say, the philosophy. I admire that kind of train of thought in terms of, no, I'm here as manager to attack games and entertain and give the fans something to shout about. So I admire that, and it's easy for us to. I know, we sit here and we say, oh, why don't you do this and do that and do this tactic and change this and change that. It is easy for us to sit here and say these things. I appreciate that. But there are times in games this season where actually I thought we actually would have been better served just saying, do you know what, lads? Let's just hold your horses here. Let's get back in shape and let's spend about the next 20 minutes, soak up a bit of pressure and go counter-attack. Because there's, like we've said on this show, there's lots of times where we have been so open. The team shape has been very open, and we're kind of crossing our fingers really that the opposition doesn't score. Sometimes there's no shame in getting back in shape, soaking up the pressure, and the bonus is that if you do that, if you've got players in your team like Gordon, like Alanga, with pace, you can kill teams on the break. So it's not like Burnley, for example, who came up, or I don't know. I'm just thinking they actually played more the tippy-tappy. But yeah, you might get, just to throw in a stereotypical scenario, you might get a team who comes up into the Premier League and they sit back every week and they can't get out their own half. That's negative. That is boring because you're not showing any progression when you do get the ball. But I think if you've got players who can kill teams on the break, it actually can be quite an attacking setup. Because once you do get the ball, it's like, boom, you go straight up the other end. You've got green grass ahead of you. Like I say, Alanga and Gordon may well have suited that kind of style. And again, I'm not saying every game. I'm just saying in certain moments when things are getting a bit rocky and you need to show up a little bit, then I wouldn't have minded that. I think there's this idea that Newcastle score and then we sit back. I don't think we do. We score, but then what happens is we concede because we're kind of too open. So actually, if you score and then if you have moments in the game where game management kicks in and you get back in shape with one mind on actually countering and actually doing something with the ball when you get it, then that's not negative to me. And I would have liked to have seen that more this season, rather than, as I say, this parting of the sea that tends to happen in the midfield and the defence. But as I say, it is easy for me to sit here and kind of pinpoint these things. I have to throw that in there as well, because it's probably one thing to say that, but when you're in the dugout and the game is live and it's ongoing, or maybe beforehand you tell the players to do this, to actually put it into effect is not always as easy to do as it is to just tell the players to do. So I appreciate that as well. But yeah, I just think at times we've missed the threat up front like that we had last season. We don't have this season, so there's no shame sometimes in just getting back in shape. So yeah.
Aye. Well, Connor says there, hit the like button. So yeah, as you say, mate, if everybody in viewer land can smash the like, it does help the channel massively. So really do appreciate all your support out there. We've got 90 plus people watching. If everybody watching can give us that support, it is greatly welcomed and appreciated. And Connor comes back as well and asks the question there, who do you think will start up front? I mean, this is the thing, right? He started Asula against Palace, and he did do well. And this is looking in isolation, not the bigger picture when it comes to Voltemada and Wissa and the team shape itself, with the 4-3-3. But in isolation, Asula did well. So by Eddie Howe's logic, I don't see why. I'm not saying I would necessarily do this, but I don't see why you wouldn't start Asula again. You've put him in out the blue against Palace. His first start up front in a long time. He scores. He's our brightest spark. I thought he held up the ball quite well. He was isolated, as a lot of our strikers are at times, too isolated. But I thought he did well. So he's done what you've asked him to do. The following game comes along. Why wouldn't you start him again? And I've got my own thoughts on the whole striking situation, but there's two things. What would you do, and what do you think you'll do, Peter?
I think Asula will start today. Off the back of scoring against Palace, I think he's done a decent job up front. Like you say, it's not an easy task to play in that formation as the sole striker. And he was getting closed down every time he got the ball straight away. He had a defender on his back. But yeah, I think, to be fair to him, he gave it his best shot and he got the goal. And he has got a liveliness to him. So his movement is pretty good. So yeah, I would say he will probably play up front today. And I think Eddie will reward Asula for getting that goal. It is a damning indictment on Asula, on Wissa and Volts. But it's a tricky one. I mean, with Voltemada, do you know what? I'm someone who actually understands why Eddie tried Voltemada in midfield. I don't think it was as much of a disaster as what I know some people think. Because on that turn, when he gets the ball with players in front of him, he's got the ability to unlock the door and play players in on goal and link up that way. And I think up front, it was a mixed bag with Voltemada. Sometimes he's brilliant, so he was scoring goals, but there were times where I felt like he was getting muscled off too easy from the ball, and his lack of pace means you can't then stretch teams as well as what you can maybe with someone like Asula or Gordon. So yeah, I understand why he played him deeper. It's a tricky scenario now though, because even that hasn't totally paid off. It's worked sometimes. I think there's been games where he's played well as the number 8, but then there's been other times where he still looked a bit uncomfortable. And you don't really want Voltemata to be like we saw against Chelsea, tracking Cole Palmer into his own box. I mean, there's playing deep and then there's playing deep. So yeah. But today, do you play Voltemata up top? I mean, I think at the end of the day, we've said loads of times, I think we would change the formation.
Yeah.
We would like to see maybe Voltemata behind Osula and play the 4 in midfield. So, or we play 3 in midfield with 2 up front and 1 player in the hole and just sacrifice the 2 wide men and have the fullbacks push on. But if you ask me what I would do in this formation that Eddie likes with the 1 striker, then honestly, it's a tricky one. You're asking me that question, I'm sitting here and actually I can't give you a confident answer. So that tells you how much of a conundrum it is, I think, with some of these players that we've got.
Well, Niall Powell says that I would play 4-2-3-1 with Tonali and Miley in the 2, if Bruno in starting, Gordon, Voltemata, Elanga and Osula up top. I would definitely do 4-2-3-1. I totally agree. Tonali and Miley in the middle. And I would tell one of those that the emphasis is on them to be sitting more and to be mopping up defensively. Up top, I would play Osula with Voltemata. So Osula has scored. He's played well. It's I wouldn't have started him against Palace myself, but he did start him and he did well. So you kind of feel like, okay, are we in a position to drop a striker who's actually played well and scored? We haven't had that loads this season at times. So, but there is the bigger picture about Voltemata and definitely Wissa in terms of, well, if not now, then when? And are we really going to go into next season with those 2 strikers, particularly Wissa, completely in the cold? Could we not see some glimpses of hope from them for next season and also to get us points this season? But I think, yeah, for this one, I suppose, like I say, Osula, it's kind of harsh to drop him after that. So again, though, Voltemata, I'd be playing him behind Osula in the 4-2-3-1. Tonali, Miley in the middle. I'd have to, left wing, it's Barnes or Gordon, isn't it? And as much as I wasn't impressed with Anthony Gordon, I thought Barnes, I've always been a fan of him, but I thought he was absolutely shocking when he came on against Palace.
Yeah.
I mean, it was giving the ball away. He was just constantly giving it away. So do you pick Barnes because it wasn't necessarily, he was trying, but it was just absolutely rubbish? Whereas with Gordon, I think there's question marks about his commitment. Maybe you plumb for Barnes, just purely because of that. But maybe it's a toss-up, really. And then on the right-hand side, my word, I mean, that is a problem. Because Murphy had a stinker. Elanga, maybe you do just play Elanga. Bournemouth might want us to come out. Maybe whether they'll sit in or not, it's a problem because with Elanga, he's not great against deep sides that sit deep. He needs that space in behind. So, but then Murphy was really poor, wasn't he? You could play Osula right, and then you could play Wiss up front. That's the other alternative. Go on, Peter.
There's no way Bournemouth are going to sit back, by the way. Yeah.
They won't sit back, but they've got certain tactics, haven't they, where, like that, we were listening to a Bournemouth fan, weren't we? And he was kind of saying, well, we don't mind the opposition having the ball, like particularly away from home, because we want you to come forwards and we'll win it back off you in certain areas. We'll trigger the press, maybe in areas that we wouldn't expect, and then just go hell for that leather going forward and exploit the space. But yeah, maybe, I think there has to be consequences, doesn't there, in general? at the club, and with performances, you can start there, and you can start with the Crystal Palace game. So I think on that, play Langer because Murphy was really poor. Then you, like you say, you got the two centre mids. What about defence? Who would you play there, Peter?
Maybe it's time for Burn to come back in to show that. It sounds totally cliched, I know, but that passion in desperate times, it's maybe the type of occasion where you just need players to roll the sleeves up and just give it 110%, and which I think we know Dan Burn would give. But yeah, I think Chow and Botman are potentially the future for next season. I think they could be the centre half pairing that we see for Newcastle. But God, Botman, what was he doing? Why did he didn't need to pull back the Palace player in the box and last week? And I think that just plays into what you said about the fear and the play, the kind of apprehension that these players are playing with when it gets into the last 5-10 minutes. It just kicks in big time. And there was no danger, but he still feels the need to kind of pull the Palace player's shirts because he's worried. He's, like I say, apprehensive about potentially conceding. But on his day, Botman is quality. So, yeah, it's a tricky one. Like I say, I really don't envy kind of Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe's sort of the job he's got to select certain players today, because it is a bit of a toss-up, I think. My gripe has been more about the formation, which I know we've talked about on this channel in terms of changing that formation. I certainly wouldn't have any qualms with changing that up, and I would love to get a hold of the players and say, right, lads, we're playing 4-3-1-2 today, or we're playing 4-4-2 even. I think fans are getting a bit tired of this sole striker, one up front setup. But in terms of who plays today, like you say, I think we're getting to the point now, we're getting to the stage where so many players are kind of letting the team down. It's just difficult to pick players on merit now, isn't it?
I agree. And with Botman, you know what? I kind of expect Burn to come back in, but I might, if it was me, I think I might well just stick with Botman, even though it was a horrific mistake against Palace and so needless. And it was like a head loss, wasn't it? But I think I would stick with Botman, right? Just because he's really struggled this season for a run in the side. Unlike the likes of, other players, let's say. If I say a certain player, I'll get jumped on by Win. But unlike other players, he hasn't really had that run, has he? And I think I kind of just want to see him in the team from now to the end of the season with Chow, and to try and build up that understanding, try and build up his confidence again. And don't get us wrong.
We need to. I think Newcastle need to find out whether they can rely on Botman in terms of fitness. So yeah, that's another reason I think why you could stick with Botman today and for the rest of the season, really give him a run, like you say.
Exactly. Don't get us wrong. Like, if he makes more mistakes, then obviously you have to look at that. But because Burns there waiting, but that's what I would do. And Trolls, I know I can see some breaking news there from Connor. Thanks for that, mate. I'll get to that in a second. Troll says play Bruno, Miley, and Ramsey in his opinion, and I totally forgot about Ramsey, and he should not have been dropped against Palace. And I'm going to go back on what I said about team selection, because actually what I would do if I was to play 4-2-3-1 or 4-4-2, same thing really, I think I'll play Ramsey left. That's what I'd do. Ramsey left with Tonali and Miley in the middle. There you go. And the Langer right with Voltemada and Asula up front. Ramsey can play that. He played that against Villa. With Villa. He played on the left, further forwards. It's no stranger to him, that position. So he's got the technicality. He's got the quick feet to play further forwards and to link up with Voltemada. He's got the intelligence to link up with somebody like Voltemada. He can drift in from the left-hand side and do that more effectively than Anthony Gordon. So that's an option. That's what I would do. And I've got some breaking news here from Connor. Geordie Journo is reporting no sign of Anthony Gordon when players arrived. Well, that's definitely one to keep an eye on. You know, he might be injured, might be carrying a knock, but if he's not there, if he's been left out of the squad because Eddie Howe doesn't think he's in the right frame of mind, then he is planting his flag down there, isn't he? And that's a turn up for the books for Eddie Howe to do that. And, you know, brilliant if he's done that. Because again, you know, it backs up what I was saying about the Palace game and what a lot of fans were saying when they see Anthony Gordon. I think when you've watched football long enough, there's certain signs that you pick up on. You know, it can be very subtle, but you can see when a player, at times, not all the time, obviously, but just moments here and there, is phoning it in a bit. So if that's what Eddie Howe has picked up on, and obviously we've had the press reports as well from Luke Edwards saying that Anthony Gordon is open to move, and that's fine in terms of, I think, you know, if players want to move, that's part of the game. What irks me, if it is true, you know, and I'll put a disclaimer there, if it's true, you know, I don't want to throw him under the bus totally, but if he thinks that he's outgrown Newcastle, then my word, that is kick in the teeth, because outgrown Newcastle with something like, it's a rough estimate, but I think it's something like 7 assists and 7 goals and a handful of assists in 2 years. You know, that's in that open play, that is, by the way, without penalties. That's outgrown Newcastle, is it? No. I'm sorry. If that is his attitude, then yeah, it is in line with some of the things I've seen. But that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. What do you think of that, Peter, if that happens?
Yeah, cheers, Connor, for that, because yeah, that's intriguing, and we'll find out soon enough with the team sheet. So stay tuned for that, folks. As soon as the team news is out, we'll let you know. And yeah, I think Gavin in the chat there as well has said, Howe said he wasn't going to play anyone who isn't committed. So, yeah, just actually, you've put up there, Connor's also came back in saying Gordon has, quote, a slight hip injury, apparently. What a coincidence that is. So, what I was going to say is going off Gav's comment there about, he's alluding to the press conference where Eddie Howe, you know, said, you have to be committed. If you're not, you ain't playing. I was going to say that would make Gordon's absence today very interesting. But if they're saying he's got an injury, I mean, even that, do you know what? I'm not sure. Can you believe that fully? I'm not sure.
Is it the Nick Pope scenario? I mean, maybe he was injured, Nick Pope, but do you know what I mean? Everyone thought then, didn't they? Eddie Howe wants to do something, but not make it so obvious and public. So,
and like you say with Gordon, there's been all that speculation this week about Gordon might be leaving. There's rumours that he said he wants to go. And then other journalists have said, no, he hasn't said that. But there's just a feeling in the club that he might want to leave. And then he's now, lastminute.com, he's apparently got an injury. So you can't help but just put 2 and 2 together and think, is this like a cover story? Because he, like you say, he might have said to Eddie, my head's not right for this game today.
Or Eddie said to him, I'm going to take you out the firing line.
He sensed that.
Yeah.
Eddie's looked on the training pitch, he's looked at Gordon and he's picked up vibes that his head isn't right, maybe.
Yeah. I need you to go away and get your head right. And I'm not going to throw you under the bus publicly. We'll say you've got a slight injury. That's that. Maybe, you know, and he might be injured. He might genuinely have a slight injury, you know, just pure speculation on our part. And then, you know, Eddie Howe might have been pleased with him in training, you know, so far in the week, and then he suddenly pulled up with an injury. Who knows? So it's an opportunity for whoever comes in his place. And Battleaxe says Neve and Park should be put in the subs and actually give them 20, 30 minutes. And I totally agree. You know, in the way that we've been playing, in how stale it's been, in how Eddie Howe needs to come up with some solutions. I don't see any harm in putting Park on the pitch for the last 10, 15 minutes. I really don't. And yeah, there's a few other comments here. Keith Downey contradicted that report, says Niall Powell. So just elaborate a bit on that for us, mate. Just tell us what he said, and we'll discuss that. And Connor says that Bruno is back. To be honest, right, and I was going to come back to this when I was talking about the midfield, because I'm not surprised that Bruno's back because of the way Eddie Howe was speaking. He was kind of saying that the physios are trying to hold him back, and he went back on those. He kind of then said, "Well, I don't mean hold him back," but you went back on his words. But I got the impression that Bruno was desperate to play. Eddie Howe was desperate to have him. And if there's any chance at all he can get through the game, he's going to be in. And it does, again, tie in with, I think, we do put players back in the team very quickly after a long absence. To be fair, though, Connor, you're saying he's back. Maybe he's on the bench. So we'll see. That's obviously going to be the sensible thing if he is. And he'll get one hell of a reception off the bench, So that'll be a nice ace in the pack, wouldn't it? If that is the case. We'll move on to other areas in the team for now. So who would you play right back?
It's kind of similar situation, isn't it, to the right wing dilemma? Because Tino, for me, I know he's a player with a lot of talent, and he's been linked with Man City. You don't get linked with Man City if you're not a decent player. We all know he's potentially a quality player, but I just don't like what I've seen from Tino this season in terms of his defensive nous. He tends to switch off too often for my liking. So you mentioned about Trippier that you think he's got potentially some kind of clause in his contract where it's speculation, isn't it? But the club might have to pay a fee or some kind of a reward for Trippier if he hits a certain amount of appearances this season. Is that right?
I heard somebody say that. That's what I heard somebody say. So whether it's true, I don't know. But if he hits another 3 appearances, he's due a bonus.
Yeah,
might not be true. Really might not be. I honestly don't know. It's just something that I heard from a Newcastle fan.
If Tino's head was right, then I would ideally want him in the team today, because you're playing against Bournemouth, who are really strong team in terms of they'll get at you. They've got a lot of athletic players. They're a very fit team. And Tino would be the ideal player to try and combat that. But I just Gavin's saying there, I just don't. Again, we're just looking from the outside, aren't we? We can only comment on what we see on the pitch, and I just don't think. I agree, Gavin. His head isn't right from what I've seen when he's came on. He's not the most kind of inspirational players in terms of he doesn't personality wise. He kind of doesn't really show much. Doesn't give much away. I'll say that. Whereas Trippier is kind of the opposite in terms of he shows that leadership. Yeah, but obviously he's getting on a bit, isn't he? And you just worry about it, maybe lack of pace against a team like Bournemouth. It's tricky.
It is, and as Mercury Dime says there, Tino has been very average for a while now, and Troll says Trips isn't any better than Tino though, so it's an oxymoron, to be fair. So I get where you're coming from as well, in that it's like a lot of positions in the team. We're having to pick from players who are, totally out of form, regardless who you go for. So it's very difficult, and like you say, Bournemouth today are very strong, very physical, and when they attack well, and they are very dangerous. So yeah, would Trippier get pulled here, there, and everywhere? And would he be outpaced, defensively? But then, like you say, you've got Tino, who wouldn't be ordinarily, and I think one-on-one is his strength. As a defensive fullback, but he's just so lackadaisical at times. And my word, the last few games, the Barca game, the Derby game, and the Palace game, you can look at Tino in those 3 games, and he's been a nightmare in all those 3 games. So it's so difficult to decide really for this one. And I think as well with Tino, and don't get us wrong, look, I don't want to sound like I'm absolutely bashing Tino as a terrible player, and he's gave us some brilliant performances over the years. He's been part of, obviously, the team that lifted the cup, part of the team that, I think he was playing when we completely bossed Arsenal at St James's Park on our route to that victory in the Carabao Cup. And he's been a quality player for us for a while now. But I think one of his weaknesses, not just defensively, is going forwards. And there was times against Crystal Palace where he had the ball in the final third, and it was a great chance to either shoot or cross, and he does neither. And that's quite typical of him at times in the final third. And I want to go back to Eddie Howe when he said in the press conference that we are passing side with purpose. And again, in principle, on paper, I completely agree with going about things that way. I want us to be that, A lot of people want more possession based. I get that as well, but Maresca, for example, at Chelsea, I think he's a good manager. I think he did well at Chelsea. I think he did a really good job. But I just don't really like his style. It's personal preference. His style is very much a lot of sideways passes, going nowhere, building up very slowly. It's not my cup of tea. So in theory, I do like to have a manager who plays with a purpose. Not all the time. You've got to obviously recycle at times. But you want to go for the throat when you can. And yeah, we, as Gary has mentioned, despite what Eddie Howe said, we play the pendulum, as he calls it, and Tino recycled the ball in that opportunity, and we went back and sideways and back and sideways. So, Harvey Barnes, for example, I need him to get some shots off in the final third, So we need to see more of that today. What are your thoughts on that, Peter?
Yeah, Tonali had a chance as well against Palace to pull that trigger, edge of the box, and he didn't. So I think that's an annoyance. I think that a lot of football fans in general, to be honest, have got these days in terms of the modern game. A lot of clubs have that style where it's just overkill, trying to score the perfect goal all the time. So yeah, it's not my cup of tea as well. So that's my kind of fear, is that if Eddie goes, I wouldn't want to get a manager in who has that style where it's just overkill in terms of recycling ball, sideways passes. So yeah. And by the way, just also, I seen earlier in the chat, so Gavin made a good point, and it's crazy to think, but Newcastle are actually still only 6 points off 6th. Now, okay, that's 2 wins and the games are running out, and it's yeah. But it's just crazy to think. I think when the momentum, the lack of momentum Newcastle have got right now, and all of the talk about Eddie and all of the negativity, when you actually think that it's only 6 points off 6th, it's kind of crazy, really. But I do think we've left it too late. Like I say, the games are running out, so I'm not expecting us to get Europa League. That's for sure.
Yeah, that'd be a big bonus at this stage, I think, even though, like you say, you would have thought it'd be well adrift by now. It's kind of 2 games, isn't it? 6 points, but it's still going to be too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, but regardless of what we think, you can still use that to try and motivate the players.
Yeah, I agree. You should be
one
game at a time. Yeah, one game at a time. But like you say, all is not lost, lads. And win this one, we're back in it. So yeah. Gavin Fuller also says they will have Bournemouth, that is, a trigger press on one of our defenders. Probably Burn. They don't. They've done that last year. We must not play out from the back today, and I think that's a great point, because first of all, it kind of goes back to what I was saying about Botman. I think I would probably just stick with Botman, and that's another good reason, I think, as to why. And don't get us wrong, I think Dan Burn is good on the ball. I think he's better on the ball than some give him credit for. and maybe there isn't much between them, Botman and Byrne in that regard. But I just think Botman is slightly more accomplished. I know Win will have his say on that one, and don't get us wrong. I know Burns probably played more forward balls, but maybe just kind of quickness of thought, quickness of movement, maybe with Botman, in terms of having a striker or midfielder bearing down on him. And yeah, and to what I was saying about, style of play, sideways passing, Maresca, his style, Bournemouth, they want us to do that. And if you watch the Arsenal game, Arsenal kept on going back to the keeper, Rhea. They had the most pass backs in that game, Arsenal, than any other game this season, I think. Because they refused to adapt. They refused to adapt to the tactics that Bournemouth were impressing on them. And they couldn't find a way out. Arsenal wanted to play through Bournemouth, and Bournemouth just wouldn't let them. So instead of going long and adapting and getting it up to Gyökeres early and trying to get Bournemouth spinning on the turn, running back to their own goal, they just kept on playing it around, sideways, backwards, in their not only in their own half, but as we've seen many times, in their own 6-yard box. Yeah, as Gavin Fuller says, I would encourage us not to do that, and I would encourage us to play early balls. It's not negative. It's not, some people maybe don't like that, in that they want to see smooth, sexy football, short passing all the time, but you have to play the game in front of you. And Bournemouth don't want to be defending early balls. So yeah, I think try and get it forwards to Barnes on the wing. If it's Barnes, try and get it forward to Asula, making diagonal runs, into space. Hit him early. And again, if you're playing two up front, you can afford to do that more because you've got somebody closer to Asula to join him or to win the second ball. It's not always about winning the first ball. If we win the second ball, we're high up the pitch. And then we bypass Bournemouth's press. So these are things that we need to be doing today, in my opinion. Do you agree, Peter?
Yeah, again, I don't want to kind of bore the audience in terms of my annoyance with tippy tappy, because I know I've mentioned it quite a lot on this show, but yeah, I just think it's something that it goes beyond Newcastle. It's this brainwashing that's kicked in, where possession rules over everything else, and the tippy tappy is just, it just gets too much. And I think some players find it difficult to break free from that, because it's became the norm in the modern day game. So I think Newcastle, to be fair, I don't think Eddie is the worst at doing that. Like you say, I think he does tend to want his team to play with a purpose. You don't often see the goalkeeper and the centre halves playing too much tippy tappy. So that I like that. I think, and like you said today, I think against Bournemouth, it's even more important to not dilly-dally in your own box, in your own 6-yard box, because they will press and they will go for the throat, the way Bournemouth play. So yeah, use the pace that you've got with, if Alanga's playing, then yeah, and if Gordon's playing, we've got Asula. Try and hit those early balls if you can, and go from there.
Yeah. A few comments here. So LT9 UW says heads 3-1 Bournemouth, heart 3-1 to us. And we've got a Bournemouth fan in the chat there, Talk Fan TV. Afternoon, good to have you on board, mate. Tell us what you think will happen, and tell us what you think about Eddie Howe in the Newcastle job right now. How do you think, how do you look at it from afar and compare it to his time at Bournemouth? He obviously did an amazing job at Bournemouth, unbelievable, and you would know better than anyone here, mate. But yeah, I think there has been comparisons to the end of his time at Bournemouth, obviously to his current time now. We've got Wazza there saying, I can't see anything other than a 2-2. Yeah.
Was that?
Cheers, mate. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at that. I think both teams will score, won't they? My word. We can't keep a clean sheet, and yeah, I would be surprised if there is a clean sheet in this one. Connor says, question, are we going to miss J7 for this game with his physicality, with him being banned after picking up that yellow card against Palace? Yeah, and again, I just found it crazy, really, that, okay, not only did Joe Linton start against Palace, and okay, you go with it, that's your choice, but to keep him on for as long as he did, when you've got Ramsey in the bench, who's a capable deputy, and for me should be starting games like Palace away instead of Joe Linton. That wasn't great, and I think we will miss Joe Linton a lot more in this game than we did against Palace because, Bournemouth are physical. I think they're more physical than Palace, and I think, that's if you're going to play Joe Linton, then yes, play him in this one. It's
Well, I
horses
think,
for courses, and
yeah,
Eddie Howe, Eddie Howe just plays Joe Linton when he's fit, and that's that, it seems, and it is a frustration.
yeah, and I think J7 can get away with a lot more when we play at home, when he's got the home crowd behind him, and you play away from home. The kind of tackles he makes, all it does is it just gets the opposition crowd up for it, like we saw against Palace. He actually helps to reignite the atmosphere against you because it's just some of his tackles are just way over the top, and I don't think I think away from home he can be more of a problem, more of a hindrance than anything else for Newcastle because he just doesn't. We know he doesn't use his head. He's just full on in terms of how he tackles, and he's over the top that way. But at home, when he's on form at home, then I agree. I think potentially he could have done a job today. But you know what? We've got Jacob Ramsey to come in, quality player. Like you say, I think really he should have played against Palace, especially that Adam Wharton wasn't playing as well. Adam Wharton for Palace was their main man in midfield. He wasn't starting, so you didn't really need J7 in there. Yeah, hopefully Ramsey comes in. You've got Miley, and then you've got Tonali and maybe Bruno. So I don't think we need J7, to be honest, for today. I think we've got players who can control the midfield, who can progress the ball better than J7. And for today, that's what we're going to need to do. We're going to need to turn up and actually show some quality on the ball. Not just they need to roll the sleeves up, and then off the ball, they need to get in shape and they need to get stuck in. But on the ball, let's try and show a bit more quality than what they've shown and get back to playing some decent football and just kind of going for the throat. And progressing the ball better. And I think Ramsey would definitely help with that.
Well, the team's out, so I've got it here in front of us.
Well.
Yep.
We'll go through it.
So I'll go through it. We've got Ramsdale. We have Lewis Hall. We have Botman with Burn on the bench. So interesting.
Nice.
We have Tonali, who has been given the captain's armband. We have Harvey Barnes. We have Chiao. So obviously Botman, Chiao, centre backs. Hall, left back. We have Asula. So Asula up front. Elanga right wing.
Right.
Livramento. So Tino right back. And we have Ramsey and Miley. So I'll just go through it again. Ramsdale in goal. Lewis Hall left back. Tino right back. Botman, Chiao, centre backs. Usual 4-3-3. So the three midfields is Miley, Ramsey, and Tonali. You've got Harvey Barnes on the left and Elanga on the right with Asula up front. What are your thoughts? Sorry, Peter, just before you go ahead, Bruno is on the bench.
Yeah. Well, as we thought, Asula is up front and keeps his place. So to be fair, you know what? I can't complain about that, about Asula. And just quickly as well in the chat, where's Gordon not even on the bench? Is that right? Yeah. Gordon's not on the bench, is he?
He's not because of the slight injury. It's been reported that he has a slight injury, mate.
Yeah, a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? So yeah, Barnes comes in. Like you say, Barnes was shocking against Palace, but today he's starting. He's got to show. He's got to what he's about today and get back to kind of form that he was that he was shown earlier in the season when he was saving us. He was popping up with goals to save our bacon so many times. So let's see what he's got. I think Elanga is a big call. I mean, Murphy just done himself no favours. He let me down last week, Murphy. I was bigging him up a little bit to say, look, he's someone who you can hang your hat on most of the time, but he was pretty shocking against Palace. I still say like Elanga has got it all to prove. You know, for me, I don't think he's a Newcastle player. I don't think he can cut it, but I'm open to be proven wrong, and today's his chance to prove me wrong on that. Tonali, Ramsey, Miley, on paper, it's a quality midfield. As I say, Ramsey, quality player, can progress the ball really well. He doesn't dwell on the ball, doesn't take long to kind of release the ball. Good technique, good touch, good pass. He's quick, less cumbersome than Joe Linton, who can sometimes, like I say, be a bit of a hindrance in the style that he plays in. So, yeah, actually, that midfield is, I think, pretty good. Probably the midfield that I should have went with last week. Yeah, Tino is playing. Come on, you got to get your head right for this one, mate. So,
Yeah,
we'll see. I think fair enough. He's kept the same back four, hasn't he? So, I think that's fair enough. Yeah. But you're interested to see what happens with the subs. Obviously, Baltamada and Wissa again on the bench. I'd imagine they will play a part at some point. So that again will be interesting. Honestly, if he does bring Wissa on, please do not wait until 94 minutes, because that is a joke and that will not go down well in the stadium unless you're winning 3-0 or whatever. I mean, even then it's a bit of a Mickey take, but what can you do for 60 seconds? But still, if we're losing and if desperate times call for desperate measures and you're making subs and you're changing this, changing that, just don't wait until 90 minutes, please. But yeah, let's. I think for today, for the fans, you know what? Let's try and rally. Honestly, let's show some defiance from the stands, because whatever you think of Eddie, and we've dissected things to death, you know, everyone has this week about what Eddie should do, what he's doing right, what he's doing wrong. But I think, yeah, for today, let's just get behind the team and put everything to one side as to what you think about what's going wrong, and make it a bit of a cauldron if you can, because it is such a massive game today.
Yeah, and the board shouldn't rely on the fans as to how to gauge what to do with Eddie Howe. We should be having a cracking atmosphere, but you know, obviously see what happens in the game. I understand it also depends on that, and it
They've got to
depends
be
on
up
what we
for it as
see.
well.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we don't want to be saying the same old thing. And you know, I just want the board to be measured in their approach, and I think they should have seen enough by now to make a decision as to whether they have faith that Eddie Howe is still the man going forward or not. For me, you know, I just think 6 games shouldn't define that decision. And yeah, I want them to be making that decision now. And if they don't think he is the man, then they need to be putting the feelers out now, not just wait until the summer. And managers who you might have wanted could be gone by that point to somewhere else. But yeah, obviously we'll see what happens today. One weird thing actually that I mentioned at the start of the show is that we've got this whole backstory, obviously, with being Bournemouth, Eddie Howe's former sides, with it being Iraola, the manager who's now leaving Bournemouth, who's highly rated and is being linked with Newcastle. I mean, he might well go to Bilbao, I think, but we've got that backstory. And one other kind of quirk of fate is that Eddie Howe rocked up to St James's Park as Bournemouth manager, and beat us and ended the reign of one of our previous managers. So why don't you tell us in the chats who that was? But yeah, he ended a reign of a Newcastle manager himself, Eddie Howe, when he was Bournemouth manager. So yeah, it all kind of, you've got all these little strands, haven't you, of sort of coincidence and stuff, with this one,
It's
so it's a
poetic, isn't
weird
it?
one. Poetic, exactly. Aye,
Poetic
exactly.
circumstances,
Aye.
potentially.
I mean, I just hope that we do get close to Asula again. For me, play 4-4-2. You know, play Voltamada with Asula in the hall 4-2-3-1. You know, get him to drop back, then go forward. He hasn't got as much defensive responsibility when he's playing in number 10. Just for me, do it. But obviously, he hasn't done it. He hasn't done it today, and seems like he'll never do it.
No.
So again, I can only sit here and say what I feel, you know,
Mhm.
and what I feel about the team selection in terms of like the formation. And yeah, I'm repeating myself, but that's all I can do because I insist that that is something that we should do. 4-2-3-1 with
Mm.
Voltamada. We've had time and a breakaway to rethink things. I just don't
Yeah.
really understand why he's so averse to that.
And like I said earlier as well about the formation, I just think fans in general, football fans, are getting a bit tired of seeing this sole striker
Mm,
formation, this setup where it is just one up front. It seems like that's been the default formation for so long now.
mm,
And yeah, I just think fans want to see a bit more flexibility. I think Eddie's not the only one who kind of sticks by this setup, to be fair. Because like I say, it's the default formation, it seems, in football.
mm.
But I'm the same in terms of, please, can we just see something different in terms of maybe two up front, maybe having a number 10.
Yeah,
Like you
yeah.
say, it doesn't look like he's not going to do that. No, obviously, he hasn't done that for today, and he probably isn't going to do that this season. So it's then on him to make sure what he does go with works.
Mm,
So, and that's why again today he's stuck. He's kept faith with that formation, and it's another reason why it just adds more pressure, I think,
mm,
on today's game.
yeah.
Um, yeah,
Aye. Lion Point says it was Steve McLaren. Yep, absolutely right, mate. So Eddie Howe won at St James's Park. I think it was 3-1, maybe. I'm not sure, but he beat
yeah,
us when we had McLaren, and that was McLaren's last game. And we've got a super chat there. Really appreciate that, mate. From Wazza. I just hope this team reflects those who want to play. Yeah, I think that's a good point. You know, it's a these players, you know, have shown, you know, the likes of Tino, for example, they've shown, you know, I would say poor application. So, like you say, was it they need to go out there and show that they want to play for this club, at least in the here and now. Um, yeah, put aside any speculation. It's about the fans. It's about their own personal pride. It's about us trying to get up the league and have a bit of respect. Put a bit of respect on where we are. But yeah, I think with Asula today up front in that 4-3-3, I just hope that we get close to him. And um, you know, Alanga's got to do that. He's got the pace
mhm.
to do that. Whether he can then actually do something when he gets it, we will see. But Harvey Barnes has got to do that as well. I don't want to see Asula isolated in this
That's the
one.
problem with this formation.
Yeah.
Is it can often lead to having your striker being isolated.
Hmm.
That's one of the drawbacks.
Hmm.
So yeah, like you just say, the onus then is on the likes of Bond and Elanga
Oh, yeah.
to try and get close to Asula when they can and support him,
Mm.
because it's
Aye.
not easy when you got your back against the goal, against the opposition, when you got two centre halves bearing down on you. Yeah, you need support so you can link up the play and progress the
Mm.
ball.
Mm. Can you imagine if Bournemouth score first?
Yeah,
Be tough on us, you
that.
know. And again, I want us to show defiance, you know, if that
Mm.
happens, and I want the fans to kind of show defiance if possible, you know. But again,
This game is
I don't
unlike
want the
any.
board to rely on the fans. But yeah,
Yeah, it feels like a game unlike any other game in Eddie Howe's tenure. It's just, you know what I mean? It's a like you say, with
mm,
the added elements with Bournemouth being the opposition, with Iriola being in the dugout, in the opposite dugout. You add that into the mix, and then you just add the pressure that Howe has found himself under now,
mm,
which is definitely uncharted territory compared to how his tenure has been so far. It's been mostly success and full of adulation. And this is crunch time. And if Bournemouth score, he's going to have to deal with that, Eddie Howe. But honestly, the players as well need to, like you say, they should be going out there with fire in their belly today to really roll their sleeves up. 14th in the league. I mean, geez, come on. They need to put that right. And at least, like you say, show the application. Early doors, set the tone. And the thing is about Palace, right? The Palace goal, when we scored against Palace away, it was one touch, right? First time, not intricate, it was just short passing on that right-hand side to work the opening. And because it was first time, you couldn't open the opposition because you're not giving them time to think. The ball then comes into the box again, first time cross. You don't allow the defenders to get set. And for some reason, you score that goal, brilliant. And then when we get the ball after that, the game restarts. We'll go back to doing 5 touches per player. Why not just keep that tempo? I mean, I appreciate you can't literally every second do that, but for the majority of the game, try and get back to that tempo. And we didn't. So let's have a bit of that today and get at them. Which, to be fair, I think early doors, that will be the plan. Get at Bournemouth early doors, put them under pressure. The crunch time is going to come, as we know, second half, in those last, if the game is still in the balance, those last 10 minutes, 15 minutes are going to be really, really nervy, I would imagine.
It's going to be a mental battle as well as a physical battle. And I think, what you're saying there, it's passing with a purpose. And it goes back to what Eddie Howe said, I want my team to pass with a purpose. And I agree with that. But we need to see more of it. Instead of, taking 3, 4, 5 touches and then having sideways passes. And by the way, that's another thing that's, you talk about different managers out there. Cesc Fabregas talks in the same manner. He says himself, no, I want my teams to play with a purpose. I don't want my teams to be passing sideways for the sake of passing sideways. It's another reason why I really like the look of him as a manager, and I want my team to be managed that way. I don't really want a Maresca. I mean, don't get us wrong. Again, I think he's a good manager, but it's just my own personal preference. I'm not all in really on the constant tippy-tappy, building things up where you are going nowhere, and you allow the teams to get set. But I think, today it's going to be a bit of cat and mouse as well, with Bournemouth. So we have to be intelligent, and like I said, we have to maybe, you can draw them in, but then you can hit them long. So I would argue that's kind of playing with a purpose as well, where you are getting high up the pitch then. And if you can win the second ball, then you can go for the throat and play those 1-2 touch passes. So that's what we need to be doing today against Bournemouth. So it's going to be interesting. We also have now the Geordie Yam Yam and Michael joining us. Let me just get the guys on screen. How are you doing, lads?
Oh, no. Well, all in all, it is. I mean, as you can see by my background, there's grey skies above St James's Park today. There's going to be a lot of thunder, I think, from the crowd if this result isn't going the right way. You know what? There's a couple of things. As soon as the team sheet dropped, I was querying what's going on. If you've noticed, guys, I've been listening to you. There is no leadership members of this team today. Does this show how little we have regarding captains within this group of players, leaders on the field of play? None of that leadership group is there. And the other thing to note, we haven't got a penalty taker.
Yeah. I think for me, it's a case of most of them aren't good enough to play. Bruno being the exception. You look at the bench. Pope might have been in there just because of his experience. Trippier, Byrne, Bruno, and Murphy. They're all in that sort of leadership team. But other than Bruno, I don't think I look at today and I'd want any of them to play. Maybe maybe Trippier just because of how poor Tino's been the last few games. But yeah, Trippier hasn't exactly set the world alight himself. So hopefully Tonali takes on that role today, does something a bit different, maybe actually inspires, because he hasn't looked inspiring in recent games. Maybe that takes him to a next level and he ups his game. What I would say is I wouldn't really be giving the captaincy to someone who I know was off in the summer. So maybe that's a little bit of a positive there. But yeah, you never know really, do you? And I completely agree. There isn't a leader in there, even though I do think that back 8 is probably the best back 8 we could have put out.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, there is strength there, and I'm glad to see Murphy gets dropped after this really poor performance against Crystal Palace, if I'm honest with you. Bench warmer is probably where he needs to be. I mean, people say he's a good backup. Now, when I've watched, like I said, lots of clubs around us, even the lesser clubs, and I'm not going to say lower clubs, but lesser clubs regarding squad depth, seem to have people that are able to come onto the field of play and make a difference. I've yet to see that with any of the players that Eddie Howe dons to the field of play. And again, that's where you have to question, is this the fact that because we go like for like, we don't change anything? It literally is a player for player, same position, same mentality, same approach to the game. Eddie Howe is just expecting that one person to become the Maradona of the tactical setup that'll create something. It just doesn't seem to work. And even though we've gained results in the last few years, we've gained results with the same type of system of play, like for like. Intensity is the identity. It's different this season. It's massively different because, like I say, Eddie isn't getting a tune out of any of the players that wear a black and white shirt. Now, for me, again, you go to players switching off to the same old. And I don't know whether you guys listened to Areola's comments yesterday when he was doing the presser. What a difference his presser is compared to ours, where you've got something like 15 people, journos sitting in the room talking to Eddie. It seemed as though there was only one person actually talking to Areola yesterday, throwing a lot of bombs at him. And he said, he says the biggest thing that I like from the group of players that he's got is the fact that they all listen. They all want to achieve with this club. And the reasons, again, what he said was the reasons why he's come out and told the club, even though there's been communication throughout the season, we knew early on in the year that he was contemplating whether he was going to stay or leave the club. I have negotiated different contracts with him. And he said at this present moment in time, I need to make sure that I am the best that I can be for this club. And sometimes when you stay too long that next season, because you're the same person, you come with the same mentality, players don't react to you. So I am doing this not only for myself to go and find a suitable club where I'm going to find a change and a challenge. I'm also doing it for the benefit of Bournemouth. Didn't say those words, but you could read between the lines. Yeah. And that was literally what he said. And he also wanted to give time to the Bournemouth crew, the background staff, if you like, to go out there and find a replacement. Give them time, so somebody's already in line now. We've seen and heard that they've got a replacement for Areola. I think, there's a lot to be said to being open and honest about your future and what that means to both parties, both him as a coach going on to get a challenge. Is that what's needed at Newcastle? Has Eddie Howe reached that pinnacle where both player and manager have just become stale?
Oh, before I jump on that, Gaz, brilliant
Darren,
super chat there from Darren. Cheers, pal. Broadcast.
Is it a yes or a no?
Good crack. Who's on top? That's what I want to know.
I say, bud, fuck bed.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Everyone's got a double gang out there, haven't they, though? Do you know what I mean? So
They have. I feel bloody sorry for mine, I must admit.
Just another
Wazza has also
Really
come in and
appreciate
said
it.
maybe the leadership team picked the team. Well, I mean,
I'd certainly hope so.
it certainly seems as though you want you to fire at me a response to what I've just said there, Tim. Sorry, Peter.
Yeah. So basically, I think we know, don't we, in football, stillness. I mean, it looks still at Newcastle, and I think that can lead to doubt. You know what I mean? It's a gradual kind of erosion of a mentality where that when it's still kind of in the group where players start doubting then the tactics, or they might look at other players in the camp and start thinking, are you pulling your weight? You know, are you doing your job? That can then create a split in the camp. I think it's just a snowball effect that happens in football. And at the minute, I think Newcastle, for a lot of the season, have been stale. I think that's clear for all to see. Now we're at that crossroads where that can lead, I think, to, I mean, poisonous might be too strong of a word, but, you know what I mean? The camp can then unravel, I think, a little bit if you don't get a stronghold of that situation. You don't grasp that and bring it back the other way. So, yeah, I mean, Eddie's got to do that. And otherwise, this is why I'm saying, I said on Wednesday, it just feels like it's run its course, unfortunately. But I hope he can prove me wrong on that. But it does feel stale at the minute. What I wanted to ask both you, Gary, and Michael as well, is looking at today and looking at today's team sheet and the squad. What do you think about Anthony Gordon? Do you think that's a coincidence that they're saying that he's both injured?
I don't think there's any such thing as coincidences.
Nah.
Not at Newcastle, anyway, if I'm honest with you. Listen, we've seen with the Isak scenario, and I hate bringing the Isak name up again, but Eddie Howe has a habit of protecting players, right? And I think with all the noise that's come around Anthony Gordon thus far this week, you know, I must emphasise that he hasn't asked to leave, right? He's literally just open to seeking a new challenge. That's what's been put out there. That's the narrative. We don't know what's being talked about in the background. Obviously, there may be a different conversation being had between coach and player. I honestly believe Eddie Howe's protecting him from the noise of the crowd. I think there's going to be a lot of hostility towards Anthony Gordon. We've seen it in our chat, bless them. A lot of people, I know there's still one or two fans out there, the mighty win, that love him to bits. But like I say, the challenge is now for Eddie Howe to find an alternative. I mean, that is the thing. I mean, you cannot, I don't mind Anthony Gordon. I don't mind him at all. I think there is a player within Anthony Gordon. Unfortunately, I think Anthony Gordon's own problem is his mentality and approach to the game. Yeah. I think sometimes when he turns up, it's like a case of, I'm guaranteed a starting spot. I don't really need to show anything every week because there's nobody in this side better than me. That's his mentality. That's his approach. And unfortunately, apart from being the centre pin, the pin-up, if you like, for the team, who's scoring goals up top, that seems to be the only place at this present moment in time where you see Anthony Gordon shine a little bit. And after that, like I say, left side, he's done nothing. He's not really challenged a fullback. So I think, you're right. I think there's no coincidence. I think it's Eddie Howe protecting him.
World Cup coming up as well. What do you think, Michael? Yeah, for me, as I say, there's no such thing as coincidences. But I think for me, it's more of a case of Eddie Howe, now the pressure's actually on him. He's kind of having that, I'm hoping he's having that moment that Herzl had about 5-6 games ago, where he turned around and went, I can only play players who I can actually rely on in these games. And since then, Brighton have been great. And it seems like the players he dropped in that game, Minte was included in that, they've come back stronger because of that. So hopefully the same happens for us. But for me, it just kind of, I do agree with Gary in the point of, he is protecting Anthony Gordon, but I also think he's getting a little bit sick of having to protect players whose attitudes aren't where he thinks they should be. Now, what I will say, just in retaliation of that, just to add on, obviously we were talking about the team news earlier, but Craig Hope was saying, team news at 1:45. I'm hearing there's some big calls. The 11 in the video he posted might not be Howe's way of thinking. I saw that and I was expecting like something completely different. It's very much same old, and that kind of negates my thought of he's a little bit sick of players letting him down.
Yeah.
I think like the problem in a way is the fact that you, like we've said before, you got Tino letting him down, but then you've got Trippier who, has been caught out in recent games, and we're playing a side who are very physical and very pacey. So as much as you want to take Tino out the firing line, I don't think Trippier would cope today. So it's difficult in that way, isn't it? And I just think as well, to go to your point, Gary, about the comments that Areola was making and kind of that cycle, if you like, that's where, because that's normal, that's completely natural after 4 years or so. There's going to be that, staleness creeping in. It's going to be lurking. So that's where Eddie Howe, knowing this, should be planting his flag down to say, right, lads, that cycle is coming to an end, but it's not my cycle that's coming to an end. It's a cycle of playing 4-3-3, because now we're going to be playing 4-2-3-1, and I'm going to mould the team in a different manner. Nothing radical, but we're going to play a different formation. We're going to trouble the opposition in a slightly different way, and I'm also going to bring in a new coach, and I want you to listen to what he's got to say. He's going to bring some fresh ideas. So Eddie Howe can stop that staleness. He can prevent that staleness potentially by putting these things in place. Like everyone said, Alex Ferguson. Obviously, you don't want to, you can't reach his levels because he was just such a one-off. But he knew this, and he got McLaren, he got Rennie Mullenstein, he got Carlos Queiroz. He rotated his backroom staff for that reason. So Eddie Howe, not only has he been there a long time, but like you say, to also do the same old, just completely piles in on the chances of things becoming stale. I mean, with Gordon, I hope it is Eddie Howe taking him out the firing line. I hope that is the case. Even if he is still protecting him, at least he's took him out. To me, it should have been done before now, and to me, I think it should have been done. If he was in any way, shape, or form knocking back the idea of playing right wing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, and Connor's just thrown this at me last week, right? And I want your thoughts on this because it's something that I brought up in the chat last week. Eddie Howe's reason and rationale for the team he selected against Crystal Palace was, let me go through what some of the words he used. He wants a youthful, dynamic team. Is this what we are going to see in these last 6 games, I suppose, if you like? A youthful, dynamic team. Where was the dynamism, the dynamics, I'm going to say, from the team against Crystal Palace? Yet it was youthful, but there wasn't much dynamics going on. There wasn't much press. There wasn't much, I want to win this ball, this game, this second ball, anywhere on the pitch. It was a dreadful watch. And it was such a boring game. For him to come out and make these comments, to me, again, it just shows the narrative that there is a complete collapse in either confidence towards what the gaffer is trying to show out there on the field of play, or the lads just don't understand what is expected of them. It's like this comment of him, I don't see or train my players to sit back. It's a natural reaction to going in front. Well, if you're not coaching it, who's doing it? Somebody must be leading that defensive line. So surely your comments should be aimed towards the person that starts that situation in the first place. So for me, there's a lot of hot air coming out of Eddie Howe's mouth at the minute, because what we're not seeing is the words that he's saying on the field of play. There's no dynamics. There's no intensity. Yeah, like I say, there's youth, but like I say, regarding the press, seems to have completely melted. So what's your thoughts from the words that he speaks, as he did again yesterday, You know, he's looking to get everybody on ball. He's fighting for everything. There's still apparently a lot of logs by the side of the fire that he's ready to burn if need be. Is Anthony Gordon one of those logs that have burnt? I suppose you can ask yourself. But I mean, what's your thoughts on that? Where's the action to the words? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, last week, the Palace game was like a typical end of season match, wasn't it? That you see now and again in the Premier League, where ordinarily teams have that kind of game where there's nothing really to play for. But I mean, Newcastle coming into today's game, lads, you're 14th in the league. Like, you cannot be on the beach. You've got to rectify the situation, and your performance has got to reflect the fact that we're in trouble here. So you're going to roll your sleeves up, and you're going to have that energy and that dynamism. So, yeah, like you say, it's all right having a youthful team, but if they're just going to go out there and mentally be on the beach, then it's no good. So again, it plays into the narrative of, have things gone stale? I think they have. Is Eddie getting his message across? Is he able to kind of motivate these players anymore?
Yeah.
You could argue the players should have that professional pride, and it is true. I do agree to some extent. You know what? You go out there as a professional footballer, like I say, lad, you're 14th in the league. I don't care who your manager is. You need to go out there and rectify that situation. So that needs to be shown in how they apply themselves in their application to the game. The more that doesn't happen, and the more we see these games where it's passive and it's low energy, the more fans are gonna, and rightly so, point to the situation and say, he ain't getting through to them. The gaffer is not getting through to these players anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, has Howe and some players got too comfortable? That's Connor's approach, you know. And again, you know, when you've been at a club and you've had that success, and I'm going to say success because he has had success from where we were, mid-table to relegation, mediocre type performances, and he's turned it around. As he got to the point of going to the dining table now and just literally pulling the chair forward, got his arms on top of the table ready for his scran, and obviously he's expecting the same old, you know, he's going to get a performance regardless because they've done it all the time. So, you know, for me, there is definitely that, and I hate saying it, you know, I often say words that are very old words when I talk football, and I apologise because I do think it throws people around. I say sometimes leave stuff into the locker room when you're involved in a number of tournaments, and players protect themselves. World Cup's coming up, so you don't get the same. Like I say, unfortunately, it's that mental approach to tackles. You know, sometimes you don't go in full hog because you always want to be involved. We saw what happened, unfortunately, to Ekatike the other night, where he, you know, on a slippery pitch, literally went to burst from a standstill and drive towards the ball and snapped his Achilles tendon. And I tell you something now, that is a horrible injury to have. I mean, you break your leg much more than you would ever have Achilles tendon. I've got a dead man's tendon in mine, and that's that. There you go. I know exactly what it is. They say a dead man's tendon. I didn't know him at the time, obviously. I didn't do anything to him. But back in the good old days, we used to when I had mine done, they used to take it from cadavers and replace it. Now they've got artificial stuff. It's a strange situation for me. And that's something that Eddie Howe can't overcome, as daft as it looks. If a player is protecting himself and going in 60 to 70% because of the World Cup coming on, and like I say, that is also a thing where youth also has a problem because it'll be their first sign of the World Cup, right? So they've not had much exposure regarding big tournaments. Unfortunately, that mentality won't shift. So it'll be interesting. Eddie Howe's probably, if I can remember very well, and I can't remember that well to be fair, Eddie Howe's probably got the most English internationals in this Newcastle side than we've ever had before. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, it'll be
6.
much higher.
Would be surprised.
Yeah, I can't remember another team having this many English internationals. So for me, are you going to see that mentality appear in these last 6 games? I've only got 6 games to literally survive before I enter the World Cup. They're all there, and it's going to be very difficult. And it doesn't matter who's coaching this side to shift that mentality.
Well, you know what, Gary, right? With that being the case, then why not play the likes of Park? At least put him
Absolutely.
on the pitch because he's not going to World Cup. He really has got something to prove. And yes, you can't throw these players in all at once, and you can't necessarily start them if you don't think they're ready. But at least second off, you can put them on the last 20 minutes, and you know that they'll go full pelt, and they will give you the energy that Eddie Howe was referencing. And like you said, Gary, it's words, isn't it? We want to see the actions, and I think somebody like Park would give you that. Yeah, it might not come off his cross and his shot and stuff, but he'll be busy. He'd be lively, and like I say, with a point to prove. And if Eddie Howe's got him in and around the first team at times, then kind of what's the point? And you wait for the right situation. Well, what you're saying, Gary, is this not the right situation with everything you've mentioned there in terms of the dynamics we have where players are going to the World Cup and they've got their eye on that and they're playing like against Palace and they're not really seemingly putting full effort in at times. And I know it's a juggling act because Eddie Howe will feel, well, no, I'm under pressure. I need to get results. I can't rely on youth players, if you like. But so I understand that side as well. But it's a balance, isn't it? And he's got an opportunity there just to use that side a little bit more than obviously he does. And one thing I would say as well is when Eddie Howe says about intensity, and he says he will never deviate away from that and he will always want that. Okay, that's great. My point back is, why don't you rotate more then? Rotate
Yeah.
the squad more. And you know what? We might actually see that intensity more. But if you're playing players like Joe Linton, in 3 games a week over a couple of months, as he did this season, then I'm sorry, that's not leaning into wanting to see intensity all of the time. The more intense you are, the more you'd probably have to rotate and also play players like Park now and again. But so you can't really have it both ways. So like you say, Gary, it's words, but I want to see the actions match up to that plan that he has.
Yeah, I think for me today, I think I can see the reason Park's not on there just because I don't think there's a space. You'd have to take maybe one of the leadership team and Jacob Murphy off, if anyone, because you take Wisser off, it's going to end in cataclysmic media outlets. Same with Voltamada. Murphy's the only winger on there, really. So Park, that's where Park would have probably come on to change that defence. We haven't got too much in there, but over the course of the whole season, I definitely agree. If you're gonna rotate and if you are gonna try and play with the intensity that Newcastle have tried to, it hasn't worked out this season, and that intensity only seems to last for 30 minutes. We're great starters of games. Anything after the 30th minute, and it's pretty much game over for Newcastle. But I think with the way that we line up and the way that we play, particularly today, this is the midfield 3 that I'm probably most confident about actually being able to keep the ball. And I don't know how many times we've seen this midfield 3 this season. I would have rather had Bruno in there, maybe instead of Tonali, if we're talking just completely ability to keep the ball. But Tonali, captain today, he's got a great work ethic. He definitely should be in there, and he is in the best midfield 3. But in regards to just keeping the ball, we might actually see a better Newcastle in midfield today and actually breaking out when Bournemouth attack us than we've seen in a long time. The only question is when it gets to that front 3, what percentage to the times we get the ball are we going to lose it? Because looking at it, you'd say about 80% of the time it's going to come straight back.
Yeah, it's Brentford 0, Fulham 0. It's finished in the Premier League with the teams around us. So, again, that's probably the best result that Newcastle could have had. But how many times have the results gone for us over the last couple of weeks? And like I said, it's not what other teams do. It's what we do as a team, isn't it? We just don't seem to want... I don't know. It's just frustrating because, like I say, there's a team there. It's just the fact that, like I say, that this team just doesn't turn up in 90 minutes. You either get a first half. You certainly haven't seen a second half in a very long time, if I'm honest with it, even if they've performed very well in the first half. And that's the criminal thing for me. Why are we so lax in the second half, regardless of the results, whether you're winning or leading 1-0 at half time or not? It's just that mentality, the approach to that second half. And like I say, Eddie Howe's got to shift it. Like I say, he's got to move the narrative a little bit to try and promote the best he possibly can from the team that he's got. Now, like I said, for me, you can pick out so many excuses. And there's only one excuse, isn't there? Same old, as Michael's just said. Rinse and repeat, eat, sleep, rinse and repeat type of situation. Because that's literally, it seems to be the same old narrative every week. And it's very difficult not to pick the 11 these days. Virtually where, unless it's a suspension or an injury. I mean, obviously Anthony Gordon has come out the blue, and that's what makes me think, as Michael said, that's no coincidence. As it happened in training, which is an easy cover-up.
It would be fascinating, Sorry, Gary.
I was going to say it was a slight knock. Why isn't he in the stadium if it's literally just a slight knock? You'd think he'd be there supporting the team, wouldn't you?
That's it. And there was no hint of this in the days leading up to today.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, part of me thinks, why not just say, look, he's been dropped? Why try and sugarcoat it? Do you know what I mean? So if it is a kind of a cover story, it doesn't really go down well with me. But at least, I suppose you could say, at least at the end of the day, he's not in the team, and if it's because Eddie doesn't think he's pulling his weight, then fair enough. He's dropped him at least. So,
it's like even though he's, let's say if he has dropped Gordon, even though he's done that, the fact that he's done it in this way, it still kind of plays into his conservative nature, doesn't it? We talk about how being this way, and it's like even when he does something like that, he still has to do it in a way where he protects the player. And you don't want to throw the player under the bus. You don't want to cause chaos. And but you're picking fights publicly with your players. Absolutely not. There's a middle ground. And like you say, Peter, maybe it is a case of coming out and saying, I've picked the best squad that I think can win this game for now. And I'm not going to elaborate. That's that. And then you can bring Gordon back in afterwards. And
that's football.
It speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Yeah. You got to play your way into the team, to the squad. That's just football.
What do you think of this then? We have to protect Gordon's fee.
Maybe a good point.
I think
you've seen what's happened with T now, haven't we? Yeah, but you've seen what's happened to T now, where clubs have obviously been all over T now, really looking to nail him down. And then all of a sudden, they've turned their attention elsewhere because of performances. Obviously, Anthony Gordon isn't literally tearing up any trees on that left wing, whether that's his own issue or whether it's a tactical issue through Eddie Howe.
Yeah.
If he wants away, but this is the way I look at it. You put yourself in the shop window week in, week out. If you want away, your performances should be literally as high as you could. If you want away mentally, and that's the problem, isn't it? As Anthony Gordon, unfortunately, with his mentality and approach, and we've seen he does throw his dummy outside the pram a number of times. If you look at it, for me, you're just scuppering your own success, aren't you? If you're not performing week out to the top of your ability. So I just think he needs to pull his socks up. If he wants away, regardless of who's going to come in, if he wants away, then your performances can't afford to drop.
Yeah, I think for me, just to go back to how much more respect would you have for him today if he came out beforehand and just said, look, all the transfer rumours about Anthony Gordon, we think it's gone to his head, so I'm not playing him. Simple as that. He's not here. And, it's still protecting him. It's just saying, we don't think he's 100% mentally. But you're saying, look, I don't think he's right, so he ain't there. And that is something that I think people would respect a lot more rather than all the controversy that we're going to have. And, has he done this? Has he done that? As he was saying, it's just one of those where it's just, why? Why are you protecting players who aren't protecting you?
Yeah.
Exactly. That is the point. I mean, like I said, there's only one person going to get sacked at the end of the day. It's not going to be Anthony Gordon. So you have got to start throwing the hammer down a little bit, and you're absolutely spot on. This could send a little bit of a ripple effect to the rest of the players. Those that haven't been performing. If he's willing to drop Anthony Gordon, am I next? And like I say, I wanted a change. I wanted to see something different, as Michael's already approached from what was discussed in the pre-match chat, if you like. And there doesn't seem to be, there's nothing there. Apart from Anthony Gordon being completely out the side, there's not a lot of difference, apart from Elanga coming in. And obviously there's Ramsey's come in for the suspension. So, there's the only two changes is the two wingers, really.
Yeah. But you got to hope that Ramsey coming in will make a difference compared to last week. And Sula up front, to be fair, he done all right against Palace. He didn't set the world alight, but I think he done his job, didn't he? So you could argue, I'm trying to spin this a bit, but you could argue that was a bold call that Eddie Howe made there to play Sula, and he got the goal. Now, obviously, we lost, didn't matter in the end, but you go into this week, he's rewarding Sula now. For today's game, he's playing up top again. Maybe he can be someone who goes on a run and brings that spark that we need going forwards. And with Ramsey in midfield, again, with J7 out the team now, I do think that will help. So the way J7 can be, like we've said, on his day, okay, he can be very effective, but when he's not on form, he can be actually quite destructive the other way, and just brings problems onto the team, the way that he tackles, the way that he kind of gets wound up. So, and also Ramsey, like we've said, he's better on the ball. He can progress the play better. So maybe those tweaks will be enough. Maybe. We'll see.
But it's 4-3-3, isn't it? And hopefully that is the case, Peter. Hopefully that is the case. We'll see. But like I've said on the show earlier, I just don't want to see Asula isolated. A lot of our strikers seem to be isolated in this 4-3-3. But it's a big game for Elanga as well.
Massive.
Oh, bless him. Yeah. There's a lot of talk going on about if he or did he not break his Achilles tendon. It's Bagato heel. Apparently, breaking news. I did my Achilles. It's a Bagato heel.
I've still got a fiver and he didn't do his Achilles.
Trust me, when you do your Achilles tendon, it's a nasty one. I mean, listen, we know Asula hasn't got all. I mean, I was like Michael when I saw him in the team. I wanted him on the right hand side. He looks a lot more dangerous to me with space to run at you and create space. We saw that at Manchester United. He looked as though he'd lost it. Going to trip over. The next minute, he's curled a beauty into the far right hand corner, and that's what he can bring to the side. And I must admit, I did enjoy. I say enjoy. That's probably the wrong word. But he did seem to run the forward line better against Crystal Palace. He did move away from that centre D spot, which seems to be the rebound. And he did work the 18-yard box, which what decent strikers do. And that's something that he needs to continue doing if he wants to keep his place. But what it says for the other two strikers that we bought in the summer, if I was either of those two guys now, I think I'd be calling my agent and asking me to get myself out of here big style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. It almost feels like we've got halfway through the season, tried to transition the play slightly to better fit, a slower striker. And then it's got to December, January. We've not played very well, and Eddie Howe's just gone, you know what? I don't want to do this transition. I want to go back to tried and tested. If Ultimata doesn't work there, I'll move him somewhere where he might work. Wissa hasn't got the pace to do what I want to do anymore, unfortunately, because of the injury. Let's stick Gordon up there. Let's stick Asula up there. And let's try and stick to my way of playing. Because when he was asked the question about playing styles in the presser yesterday, he wasn't very happy about it. You could see on his face. And I think he's tried to go back to tried and tested. after attempting a transition, because you did see it a little bit more during the season, but we're trying to play a little bit of a slower build-up style of play. And then when we did, our best moments actually came when we were trying to counter-attack, like against Benfica, when we were, I think, 2 or 1-0 up. We just, every time we hit them on the counter, it looked like we were going to score. And I think that's what Eddie Howe's probably looking at the second half of the season, going, you know what, I don't want to be a counter-attacking side, but when we play with that high intensity and we play with pace, we're a much better side. And unfortunately, just going back to it hasn't worked. You see Isak's that key piece just completely missing at the moment, and unfortunately, it's going to take until next year. Well, after the summer transfer window to fix that, and it sounds like he's going to be here to do that from his comments. But whether it is, obviously, we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask you about that because I saw you jump straight on board, Michael, when he came out with that comment, even though it slipped the mighty Wind's ears completely during the press conference. It's my duty to pick the players. I mean, what was your thoughts on that? I mean, I know you jumped on board and say, well, that shows you that he's going to be here next year if he's obviously choosing the players in the summer. I mean, we all say he's got to be party of the conversation about the players that are coming in, but he certainly should. His role shouldn't be to pick the players. Now we've got Ross Wilson on board. Yeah, the fact that he had the balls to come out and say, "Oh, it's my job to pick the players that we're going to sign." And I went back just to double check after Wynn said and made sure I didn't mishear. I went back, checked, and it definitely said it. Yeah. And I was in work at the time, and I'm sat next to someone. I literally all you hear is I swear, so I'm not going to say it, but oh for sake! And they're like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah," but listen at the press conference. It sounds like it's going to be another one of last season because he definitely was, the main guy in picking the players that we had last season. That comment or this for the upcoming transfer window just reassured that even more. I just hope he pays a bit more attention to those around him. And maybe he's misspoke. It's maybe he has the final say on who we bring in and identifying the players that Wilson, etc., have come to him with. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that side and say that's how it is. But if it's Eddie Howe just going, right, I think you should sign this player, this player, this player, he's not going on scouting missions to Venezuela. He's not seeing Porto every week, like we've been linked with one of their young lads now. So for me, if it's the be-all, end-all, Eddie Howe decides who we go for and who we want, there's a big problem. But I'm going to take it as he maybe just misspoke a little bit. And that's fingers crossed and praying.
Yeah, like I've said before, I do agree with the principle of like the manager having final say for players for the first team.
Yeah, final say.
Yeah, and like you say, Michael, in this scenario at the same time, you've got Ross Wilson there, you've got Steve Nixon, you've got other people, no doubt. They should be giving their thoughts as to why a player could be a good signing. And then, Eddie Howe should be listening to that and taking it all on board. And then they can come to a decision as to who the best player is. I think that is how it should work. And when you look at Voltemada and you look at Wissa and you look at those two out the side, like you were saying, Gary, and those two, and kind of what you said there, Michael, as well, about halfway through the season, clearly Eddie Howe was abandoning the idea of getting those two playing up front. You wonder, don't you, about the summer where you think, okay, what if we spend another 60, 70 million on a striker and then halfway through the season, or any player, and halfway through the season, Eddie Howe feels like, you know what, it's not working. I'm going to revert to somebody else, tried and tested. And then that 70 million player, just like these players at the moment, are on the bench and really not getting looking because maybe that they might favour a slightly different approach. They might favour a slightly different formation. And obviously that's why Eddie Howe would say, well, that's why I want the players that I want. So I get that as well. But I think when he's been so rigid in his approach with regards to Wissa and Voltemada, it does make you wonder, it does cast doubt, doesn't it, about Eddie Howe kind of lining up players and getting the best out of these players or fitting these players in when you're spending a lot of money and making sure they bed in properly. Because I know people would say, well, he has been flexible with Voldemort. He's tried him up front. He's tried him midfield. But again, I'll say, it's dancing around it. He hasn't played him with a striker. He's not. To me, he looks like a number 10. He's never played a number 10 in consecutive games. So to me, he has been inflexible. And obviously, Wissa hasn't even had a look in. So certainly has been there.
Yeah, it was interesting what he was saying about Wissa in the press conference, wasn't it? That he's impressed a bit more in training this week. So it'll be interesting to see if he gets more than the 2 minutes he got at Sunderland and the 1 minute he got at last weekend. But he's got to start playing at some point, hasn't he? Because you've got either just try and recoup that some of that transfer fee you got for him, whether it's 25, 30 million, or you've got to get him in a place where he's ready for next season. And he's not going to get that. I know he's going to go to the World Cup, but if he goes to the World Cup unfit because he's not played any games and then gets another injury, or doesn't feature at the World Cup because they play 35-year-old Cedric Bakambu ahead of him instead, that's basically saying to other clubs, right, he ain't worth anything near what they paid for him, so let's not touch him.
Yeah, but that's what I'm thinking about for Wissa is next season. Surely you have to try and get something out of him before you head into next season, before you head into the summer. So you've got some kind of barometer that you can go off as to whether he's a player who's going to be in your plans as the manager.
Yeah.
To be fair, you said before to me like he hasn't had a look in. I think he did have a run in the team when he got fit, and he didn't pull up any trees, and unfortunately, he just got worse and worse. So. And then he was taken out, and I understand that. At the time, I was saying, you know what, it was real. It really, even at that time, Tottenham away was crunch time. So I understood why he dropped them, and I think Gordon up front on a temporary basis done a decent job. It was just to get through those games, wasn't it? Villa away in the club, Tottenham away in the league. So I think fair play for that. But now it's got to the point where, okay, we're past that point in time. The season is kind of, in one way, you could say it's kind of gone. I think you have to have one eye surely on next season and try and get something out of Wissa and also Voldemort as well. I think Voldemort is more work in progress. He's not the finished article. I know some fans think he's like, he's like the main man. He's top dog and he's quality. I think he's got potential. But in an ideal world, he would have been someone who would have been not starting every game. And for me, this season, he could have been someone who would come in now and again. You develop him as a player. He gets used to the Premier League. But this season has been so... we haven't had a settled season. It's been such a disaster, really, that the environment hasn't been as such that it's helped Voldemort develop that way. And obviously, Eddie, like you said to me, he ain't played him number 10 ultimately. So it's a dilemma. And the longer it goes, the less that we see of Wissa and Voldemort, the more of a question mark we're gonna be seeing about next season as to whether they're in the plans. So I just think we should bring back Fumaca myself, but
True.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one.
On that note, Gary, I'm going to let you crack on and get myself set up and enjoy this mouth-watering game that we have, for better or for worse.
Yeah, there seems to be, since the team has dropped, there seems to be a lot of people in the chat, well, especially in the prediction chat, changed their predictions towards a loss today. So, like I say, it is, like I say, it doesn't seem a lot of confidence out there from
be tense.
Yeah, Newcastle fans. I must admit, like I say, it'll be interesting to hear. I mean, today I may just have the noise in the background of what's happening around the stadium. I don't usually have it because it interferes with my process of thinking, but I'll do it today just so I get the vibes of what's been in the stadium, the vibes of the stadium. Because, like I say, if it's quiet, that could work against Eddie Howe, if I'm honest with you. These are another one from Wazza. Thanks, Wazza. Summer Dreams, ripped at seams, but of those. There's a song there somewhere. Yeah,
those summer nights. Big Grease fan, was it?
Big Grease fan. Exactly, yes, indeed. I just can't get into the spandex anymore. There you go. Gentlemen, thank you so much for starting the show off. It's been good listening to you guys, as always.
Pleasure.
Cheers,
The
lads.
build-up. And like I say, I hope you have a beer or two while you're watching the match.
Well, fingers crossed.
Fingers
Cheers, yeah.
crossed.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Have a
lads.
good one. Right then, we are literally through to the end now, me and Michael doing the live comms, and we'll be with you straight after this little break.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube,
on BAB,
and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
Right then, here we go. It's like I say, it's a welcome from St James's Park, a traditional 3 p.m. kickoff, not on TV, but very much in the spotlight as Eddie Howe takes on his former club, AFC Bournemouth, once again. And again, doesn't always come out with the right results against his old club. And here's the headline stat. Newcastle United are still searching for their first Premier League win against Bournemouth under Howe. I mean, apart from getting the penalty results in the Cup, doesn't really do a lot in the Premier League. 7 meetings, 5 draws, 2 defeats. Cup success, yes. League success, not yet. And I think that's, like I say, another little problem that Eddie Howe will have to face today. Like I say, certain teams just seem to be, talk about Achilles heel. Bournemouth seem to be Eddie Howe's Achilles heel. Form and context, let's have a look at that then. No, this is not the same Bournemouth side Newcastle have struggled against in the past, and only Areola has them flying. They come into this one unbeaten in 12 Premier League matches, fresh off a 2-1 win away at Arsenal, and unbeaten in 7 away games. Confidence is high, despite the fact that this will be their first match since Areola confirmed he is leaving at the end of the season. Obviously, team news for Newcastle. There is a major boost. Bruno's back in training, and obviously he's on the bench today. And his absence has been felt. Just 6 points from a possible 18 without him in the Premier League side. However, it's not all good news. Joe Litton starts his 2-match ban. Shaw's still out, obviously, following that infection. And obviously, we've still got no Emil Kraft. And now we've heard that Anthony Gordon's having a scan as we speak. Apparently, that's why he's not at the ground. And let's be honest, Newcastle's late game fragility and inconsistency are under serious scrutiny right now. Bournemouth team news, Justin Kluivert remains out. Lewis Cook back in training, but he's only just started training, so he's also unavailable. They're the only two out of Areola's side. That is, obviously, he's got a full side to pick from, really. To make no mistake, this is a side playing with belief, energy, and clarity. The match narrative today, if you like, this game feels bigger than just 3 points. It's about stopping the slide, ending the winless league run versus Bournemouth, and easing that pressure on Eddie Howe. For Bournemouth, it's about continuing momentum, proving they can sustain top half form, and perhaps giving their departing manager the perfect send-off run. Allocation for them was 1,726 Bournemouth fans that are travelling up to St James's Park. The referee in the middle today is Tom Bramall, and the VAR is Matt Denoe, whatever his name is. There you go. What's your thoughts then, dude, on Bournemouth? Because, like I say, they are certainly flying. I know you guys do a lot of the Premier League chat, you and the Super Mac. Certainly a team in form.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest. I don't think anyone expected Bournemouth to be as good as they have been this season, and it feels weird that Newcastle, if they beat Bournemouth today, would go above them in the table. But when you think they're playing youngster James Hill at centre-back for most of the season after losing two £60 million centre-backs, Truffert has come in to replace Kirkes and been absolutely incredible. He's the main man down that side, and I'm not very confident with Tino Livramento and Anthony Elanga up against him and Tavernier, given the form those two have been in. But I think one thing was mentioned in the chat just before there, Ricky coming in saying Scott and Christie will show us the levels. To be honest, I'm inclined to agree. If the midfield plays like it did last week, Alex Scott and Ryan Christie bring a level of fitness and, to be honest, the quality that comes with it that we don't really see at Newcastle. And I think that comes due to the coaching of Andoni Iraola. your one-touch play in coaching, or in training, should I say. Obviously, I don't watch them play or train every single day, but you can see what they train and what they do every single day when they play. One touch, get it out of those guys on the wings and cause some damage by getting it into Evan Nielsen and Krupi. And since he's started putting Krupi in that number 10 alongside Evan Nielsen, rather than playing one or the other, they've looked dangerous, but they're still getting 0-0s in against weaker opposition who do put a bit of a low block there. So, a bit like Newcastle, can't break down that low block, but there's not a player on that pitch. You don't have to worry about it one end or the other.
Yeah. I mean, they have conceded quite a few goals. Like I said, they're the type of team, again, with that mentality, we're going to beat you 3-2 type of situation. Their heads don't drop if they concede. And as Iriola says, the difference with going to St James's Park is the first 20 minutes. I have to agree with him, but like I say, are Bournemouth going to be on the low block for the first 20, just for Newcastle themselves to burn themselves out a little bit, turn the tide, turn the atmosphere, quiet the crowd down a little bit. I think it was Steve who said before that it won't be toxic in the stadium today, but it may be subdued if we don't get an early goal. And that's what I'm saying. Iriola seems very focused on that first 20 minutes to try and work the team and subdue Newcastle. That them, again, reading between the lines, was virtually what he was saying yesterday. And like you say, I like Alex Scott. I saw him at Bristol City. He was a very clever player back there. You could see he'd got the ability, he'd got the vision. Bit of a jump from them lower leagues, to be fair, into the Premiership. And it probably took him a season or two to find his feet.
Yeah, 100%.
But, I mean,
you can see the talent.
Yeah, now he's there, and he's obviously playing regular. It seems very much, like I say, the player that I expected him to be. Is that something that Newcastle fail at, if you like? Because there's been a number of teams, Spurs in the past have gone into the lower leagues and picked out the odd gem, and a number of teams around us seem to be doing exactly that as well and picking up these little gems from the lower leagues. Don't see Newcastle dipping the toes in that water at all, do you?
No, absolutely not. Newcastle need to do it a lot better. But what I would argue at the same time is these players need quality around them to actually come in. And Harvey Barnes, I know he wasn't actually in the I don't think he played in the Championship before we signed him, but I think he's one of the only players I can remember since Jamal Lascelles and Carl Darlow. There probably are a couple others that I'm forgetting. But in comparison to other clubs, we really don't do it all that well. And you look at the big signing from the summer from one of these clubs was Matías Fernandes at West Ham. And to me, that looks like the signing that's going to keep them up, in my opinion. You mentioned Spurs, Archie Gray. Big money. It's took them a little bit of time to adapt. And I think Newcastle have this mentality of we can't afford to give players this time to adapt. We need players that are going to hit the ground running immediately. And because that hasn't happened this season, we've struggled. But in previous seasons, it's took 5 or 6 months for players to really hit the stride, but they've still been okay enough to be in the squad. Because I'm looking at the top signings for Championship players here, and the top 5 are Romeo Lavia to Chelsea, hasn't really featured. Jorginho Ruta at Brighton, he's featured, but probably out of favour at the moment. Maddison's been injured the whole time. Nathan Ake to City, great signing in all fairness, and Matías Fernandes. So you're looking at them and you're going, you know what? Other than Ake and Maddison, none of them were really ready, and that is a problem for Newcastle, because if we sign more players with potential and don't focus on improving that team in the summer, we're in serious trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Wazza's put a super chat in again there. Thank you, Wazza. He's looking forward to seeing Alex Scott play today. I say he's a talented kid. War flags have been out there. This is a picture coming from, I think it's Craig Hope that sent this one, celebrating the first black players to represent Newcastle from War Flags today. There you go. All of the black players that have been involved in a black and white shirt. Some good names in amongst some bad ones. I can assure you.
I don't think Bramble and Boomsong are there. I'll tell you that.
It's an interesting one. But like I say, War Flags again never disappoint. They seem to always come forth with the right material. So let's have a quick look then at these two teams. As we thought, it is an interesting look at Newcastle. Again, you've got to question whether there's a change awry with these players. Is it something that Eddie Howe can get a song from? Is that something that Eddie Howe can get back to the glory days, if you like? Let's transition it across. So we've got Ramsdale in goal with, you can't see this. Well, let's do this one. Ramsdale, Hall, Botman, Tonali, Barnes, Chow, Sula, Elanga, Livramento, Ramsey, and Moyley. With Pope, Trippier, Wissa, Jacob Murphy, Walter Marder, Willock, Byrne, Alex Murphy, and Bruno G on the bench. Good to see Bruno back, I must admit.
Much needed.
Formation hasn't changed much, to be fair, according to everywhere. It's still going to be the 4-3-3 as we expected. No real shake-up or difference regarding that one. We are literally 2 minutes away from the kickoff. And with that being said, we're going to have a quick look at, where are you? The Newcastle, the Bournemouth side. But I've just lost you for a second. I don't know why. My computer's starting to get slow. We have Petrovic in goal, Truffert, I'm not going to put it on the screen, Senesi, who has been linked heavily to multiple clubs, Newcastle as one of them. He goes on a free at the end of the season, not willing to renew his contract. Scott, Eva Nielsen, Christie, Tavernier, and Jimenez, Krupi, Hill, and Ryan. And Krupi has been one of those players, if I'm honest with you, that has been I've been screaming for a number of weeks now. So I don't know about you, but I think we are missing a trick when it comes to Krupi. I think he's a very, very talented player.
Yeah, great player. And I actually thought he'd play instead of Evan Nielsen for most of the season. It looked like it would be one or the other for them most of the season. Instead, he's done what I think maybe we should have done with Altamada and decided, you know what, I'll put Krupi a little bit further back. He's having a little bit more of the ball and he's certainly more effective.
Absolutely. Just having a quick look, we're just waiting for the teams to come out onto the field of play. And then we'll get in with it. See what comes from today's game. We are literally on the kickoff now. Eva Nielsen into the centre, and we're off. And again, Scott picks up the ball and knocks it straight down onto this right-hand side. It's forward quickly, and it's Botman still wearing that mask. Ramsey now picking that ball up and trying to feed in Harvey Barnes down that left-hand side. And it's picked up again and played forward. And it's Alex Scott again driving the ball forward over the halfway line down to this right-hand side for Bournemouth. But again, it's a misplaced pass. And Botman again, Ramsey now driving forward, trying to get forward. Asulio picks up the loose ball, puts it into this left-hand side. Now Ramsey picks up that ball, drops it back to Barnes. Barnes now again just slowing the team down and going backwards to retain the ball. Hall back to Botman. And I think Botman's going to go all the way back to Ramsdale. That's a criminal for me when you're in a really good position. And to keep the ball, we've got all the way back to Ramsdale.
Yeah, we don't want to go sideways and backwards, apparently, but it's what we do so many times, isn't it? You almost fear the amount that we see Newcastle do it.
Yeah. It's criminal to think that we could be just, like I say, going backwards, sideways, and everything else apart from where we want to be. And that is obviously getting the ball to the forward man. Well done that side to Tonali. Plays the ball inside now Tino plays it into Ramsey. They've seen a lot of the ball. Hall comes on the outside, but the ball has unfortunately been taken off him. And again, Botman able to get his foot in there and clear it for a throw-in halfway in the Bournemouth half. Newcastle on the progressive a lot in these first couple of minutes, mate. But again, that final ball, isn't it?
Yeah, let's be honest, we've never been great with that final ball since in the whole time that Eddie Howe's been here. That's more the players than him. But what we are seeing is Newcastle holding on to it a little bit better and releasing the ball a little bit quicker in comparison to the weekend. We'll see if it benefits them.
Yeah, Christie's picking the ball up and he's out onto that left-hand side. The Tavernier now driving force. Again, Truffaut picking them back to Tavernier, onto the byline. He's looking it across the box, but it's deflected. And I think that's going to be for a corner to Bournemouth. Again, looking very dangerous down that left-hand side. Bournemouth.
Yeah, we picked it up just before the game, didn't we? That Truffaut and Tavernier battle against Alanga and Tino. It could be very dangerous down that side. Yeah,
indeed. It's something that we need to be aware of. Again, the other player, obviously, I can't wait to have a look at because it's the first real time when I'll see him for the full 90. Is Ryan, another player that was linked to Bournemouth, to Newcastle, that went to Bournemouth.
Yeah, one of those South American signings that you thought, oh, if he gets in, it could give us something different, but to no avail. Ended up at Bournemouth, and he has started well.
Yeah, he has. Do you want to carry on, mate? I'm just going to refresh.
Yeah, no worries. Cross into the box, in towards the near post, but in towards the far post, I say, and Ramsdale collects the header back across. Looks to play it out quickly out on the right-hand side to Tino Livramento, but not much pace going forward for Newcastle. An attempted pass through to Willie Masula is cut out by Truffaut. It was a terrible pass by Tino, to be fair, but he does well to knock it out for a Bournemouth throw-in on that right-hand side.
Yeah. Again, Bournemouth down that left-hand side seem to be causing some trouble, which is exactly what you mentioned, like you say, at the start of the match. Newcastle have to be aware of what's going on here. It's going to be a hell of a battle with Truffaut on that left-hand side. And Tavernier, another player that Newcastle seem to have a lot of links to, Michael.
Yeah, let's be honest, he was one of those players that he's sort of been in the Northeast for quite a while. Most of his time has been at Middlesbrough. And it was, you never really expected him to make the jump up, but going to Bournemouth, he's been a really key player, scoring a lot of key goals. Bit like Jacob Murphy over the last few seasons. But they got the ball in. A shot from just outside the box.
A chance of a shot
by Botman.
Tavernier again coming on the inside.
Go on.
It's fallen well to Alanga, who's released Asula, who's moved away from that centre onto the right-hand side, which is, again, exactly what you want him to do. He's coming onto his left foot again. Can he link up Harvey Barnes with a shot? Oh! Well done, Asula, to be fair. Run well onto that right-hand side. Links up, comes running into the middle again, driving at the defence. Plays one into Harvey Barnes' feet, and unfortunately he drags it wide of that left-hand post. Good build-up, mate.
Yeah, very good for Alanga and Asula, actually. Not the two you'd expect to combine nicely, but Asula makes the run. Alanga times the pass well. It goes a little bit too far out of the right-hand side of Newcastle's play for my liking, but Asula recovers it well, hits it to Barnes on the outside of the box, and he just drags it wide. But an indication that Newcastle might do something here, and Petrovic has just kicked the ball straight out of place. So Newcastle, a little bit in the ascendancy for a change.
Yeah, it does make a difference to see Newcastle. By saying that, it's that first 20 minutes again. We've said, they seem to do really well in the first 20 minutes and really push teams back, but then it just seems to go awry. Tino with a little blind header there. It deflects against Tavernier's head. Christie now runs right into Ramsey there. And again, it's Miley with a toe in, trying to get into Asula. It's come out to Ryan. Faced up against Hall. Oh, here we go again. I can let you continue, mate.
Yeah, no worries. The play's just being held up at the minute, so I'm just going to go to Random Access, who's gifted one membership, and it has gone to Matthew Ward. Thank you very much, mate. But back into the game, Bournemouth to cross in from their right-hand side, easily cleared by Newcastle, and Newcastle will get a free kick for the pressure on Lewis Hall on the left-hand side. by Alex Jimenez, the Bournemouth right back. But you can see Iraola, he's already talking to the team. He's not happy with what he's seeing in these early stages, and it's been an even first 6 minutes. The focusing on Iraola, obviously, because he is leaving at the end of the season. But ball's back in play now with Alanga into Tino Livramento, running into the midfield area, into the centre circle. It's lost steam a little bit out to Miley. Tonali on that right-hand side, sort of right midfield position, back just passing the ball about Newcastle here. Lovely running from midfield into Ramsey, who's down running, into Livramento, sorry, on the right-hand side. Knocks it back. Newcastle one-touch play here. It's got them in a good position now with Tonali. Getting into the box, takes a shot, it's deflected. A little bit of a kerfuffle in the box, but it's cleared by Bournemouth. Newcastle putting a little bit of pressure on, but need to do a little bit better in those scenarios.
Yeah, unfortunately, my access seems to have gone. So I'm going to carry on. I'm a little bit behind you, mate. So as you're up to speed, carry on.
Yeah, no worries. Lewis Miley picking the ball up now in midfield. Bournemouth sitting back a little bit now. It's into Alanga on the right to over the top. Cross in, and it's easily cleared by Bournemouth. But Newcastle, it's just going straight to a Newcastle player. Malik Chow picks it up now and sends it over to Lewis Hall into Harvey Barnes on the left-hand side. 1v1 against Jimenez. It's where he wants to be. Tries to take on his man, and it's well tackled by Jimenez, who screams in his face. He's trying to get into that mental battle with Barnes, and we'll see who wins it by the end of the day.
Yeah, I must admit, though, I want to see Harvey Barnes doing that, Michael. Testing him out. The one thing with Harvey Barnes, though, sometimes if he doesn't beat you, he does go into a bit of a shell, into a bit of a lull. So maybe Jimenez has realised that he has got that bit of a battle on his hands, and every one side or the other wins, you can see that mentality. I think there's going to be a lot of housery going on towards them two today.
Yeah, and I want to see it. I want to see Barnes get into those kind of battles, and I want to see him coming out with a win that he's just fouled Jimenez, to be fair, and it was a little bit of a pointless challenge, but a good press on there. Jimenez went down a bit easy on that right-hand side, but it's what you expect. But Bournemouth not really creating too much, more of a focus on the mental battle in these early stages than actually getting the ball into the box.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's, like I say, it's certainly one battle on the field of play that is going to be interesting as the game goes on. Christie there with a turn on Tonali, plays the ball out to Trufer. Tavernier now playing more inside left, and there's a wild effort into the crowd there from Christie. Again, that's a totally different game that he's playing there than to the rest of the Bournemouth.
Yeah, we take them all day long, don't we?
Yeah, Iraola's got off the bench straight away there and told him that he wanted the delivery into the box rather than the shot from 35 yards, which went high and wide. Ramsdale on the slide when he kicked that, but again, it's up towards Asula. Headed clear there by Hill. Again, it fell kindly to a Newcastle shirt. And Botman again driving the ball into the Sula's feet. Tonali with the one touch out of his feet, trying to get Alanga into it, but it wasn't really anywhere near him, and that's easily back from Trufer, back to the keeper.
Yeah, an ugly pass by Tonali, that wasn't it? It was one of those, it should have been straight to feet, but it was high, wide. You can tell he just didn't get the right connection, but too many times we've seen that this season, and not just by Tonali.
I mean, technically, it's very difficult to do, if I'm honest. Or you got sucked in there, Lewis Hall, and Jimenez saw him coming, and he's literally let the ball run. And again, Krupi now playing the ball into the feet of Eva Nielsen, out again to Tavernier on the edge of the box on the left-hand side. Krupi again with that first-time shot, and again, it's blocked by Miley, but again, it's Scott that picks the ball up. And you can see Krupi from anywhere from 25 yards, he's got the ability to hit the target.
Yeah, absolutely. And he seems like the kind of player that just wants to take a shot whenever the ball gets near him. Bit like a player I've noticed that does that quite a lot in the Prem at the moment. Zian Fleming for Burnley. Hasn't played too much, but has a great catalogue of goals. And it's because every time he gets the ball, he wants to take a shot. You almost think Newcastle miss that kind of player. It's too timid on the edge of the box.
Yeah, absolutely. Literally, Eddie Howe literally kneeling down, pointing fingers to certain players. Miley picks the ball up. Again, Tonali back to Miley. Miley got a bit of space to run into the Bournemouth half, and he's going on the diagonal. He gives it to Livramento on that right-hand side, halfway in the Bournemouth half. Alanga with the first touch out of his feet. Miley a little bit wide than he wanted. Back to Alanga. And again, Alanga gets that ball deflected for a Newcastle throw-in. Ball comes to Tonali. Back to Tina. Inside to Miley. Miley now picking the ball up. 5 yards to Tonali, who, again, looking to get something in the box. Alanga gets it out of his feet. First time into the box, but again, nowhere near a Newcastle player. Again, you know, it's this delivery into the box. It just seems very hit and miss when we don't have anybody on the far post. Everybody goes narrow where you want them. The ball just gets overhit, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost when that seems to happen for other teams against Newcastle, there's always the fullback on the other side coming in. Newcastle don't seem to do that as much. I'm not sure that's a directive, but it's just poor crossing from Newcastle. You know, we love the stat of, Newcastle put more crosses into the box than any other team this season. I can guarantee we've also made more failed crosses than any other team this season because the quality of ball going in is absolutely diabolical at times, and Alanga's just shown that once again, unfortunately.
Yeah, Hill with a long throw down, but again, it's came offside position, and again, Bournemouth hit the ball long, looking for Tavernier down on that left-hand side. Headed clear by Tino, and it's fallen to Tonali, who hammers the ball forward on this right-hand side. Sula lost the ball a little bit in the air, but he seems to be putting a bit of pressure on Hill now, pushing him into the corner. Again, don't create a foul there. Again, he does well, Hill. Gets the ball back and then fires it towards the halfway line. And again, hopefully Newcastle, they can't, like you say, pick up that second ball. Christie now, it's out to this right-hand side with Ryan. Scott now on the halfway line for Bournemouth. Drops the ball back to Jimenez. Down on again to Ryan, who again, as soon as Ryan gets the ball, it seems very much as though Lewis Hall has been tasked with the stay tight to Ryan. Don't give him any space. Ball inside there, trying to find Tavernier, but Tino sees the danger. Plays the ball back to Botman.
Lovely stuff.
Nice football work there. And now Ramsey's got some space to run into. It's out to Harvey Barnes now, driving towards the corner of the box. Onto his right foot, Harvey Barnes with a shot. Again, deflected out for a corner to Newcastle.
Yeah, nice little one-touch play there from Newcastle, and brilliant, it has to be said, from Tino Livramento to cut out the pass in from Tavernier, I think towards the feet of Evan Nielsen. Spotted it early, got in there, and we didn't see that a lot against Crystal Palace. The one thing I will say is this is usually the part of the game where Newcastle do end up performing better. These first 15 minutes has been a bit 50-50, so it makes you a bit nervous when we don't score early.
Yeah, and again, I don't know whether it's going to make us even more nervous if we score first, if I'm honest with you.
Probably a good point.
Here we go. Tonali with his corner then, in swinger. Let's get this on the 6-yard box away from Petrovic in goal. There's lots of jostling. Ball comes in towards that back stick. It's headed back. But again, Harvey Barnes heads it against Christie. But I don't think that was a handball, even though there was a massive shout in the crowd for handball. Yeah. Again, Christie just holds play up, plays the ball inside to Scott on the halfway line, plays the ball now into Ryan. Ryan got Jimenez on the right-hand side on the overlap. Jimenez driving towards that byline. It's a bit of a toe in from Hall, and it's another corner to Bournemouth. Bit basketball at the minute, mate, end-to-end. Nobody really taking control.
Yeah, but it's entertaining. I don't mind that. I don't mind a game where neither team's able to fully take control, as long as it's an entertaining game. Obviously, I want to see Newcastle do better. It does look like they're looking at this penalty claim, by the way, the handball. It was nothing in it to me either, by the way.
No, I thought it was, like I say, you know, he didn't look as though his arm was away from his body when it come off him. But again, it seems to be a little bit of a delay, and by the looks of it, it's no penalty.
No surprise there.
No surprise, exactly. Here we go. A ball eventually comes into the box. Again, it's on the edge of the box. It's headed clear by Botman, and it's a good header away, to be fair. And it goes all the way back to the keeper with Bournemouth. Again, looking to go long, shooing and a lot of the Bournemouth players away. Petrovic goes on that diagonal, looking again towards the edge of the box. It's headed clear by Chow. Tonali now picks his ball up, again facing his own goal. He plays it back to Tino. Tino gets it under control, plays it into Miley, who's got time to get a touch. And again, on the diagonal, Lung trying to find Harvey Barnes. It's a good ball, but Harvey Barnes' first touch allows Jimenez to get a toe on it. And it's a throw in to Newcastle. Hall, first the ball down to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes heads it towards the edge of the box. But Asula had unfortunately misread that one. And again, it's half cleared. And Botman gets his head to this one again. Again to Harvey Barnes, who stayed on the left-hand side. Barnes again trying to find Louis Saul. But that one, Rayan takes it off him. And Christie picks this ball up again, just inside the Bournemouth half. Again, looking for options, Bournemouth. You're right, mate. It's an entertaining game when both teams are free-flowing and just wanting to pick up the ball, the loose ball, and look for options straight away, look forward. I've been really entertained by this one so far, mate.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think playing Bournemouth, someone asked me the other day, is there any team in the Premier League that actually do entertain you in the modern day? And Bournemouth are one of the only teams. For me, there's just an offside there against Bournemouth, so it'll be a Newcastle free kick. But for me, Bournemouth are one of those teams, and it's a credit to Iraola. It's one of the reasons why I think he is linked to the Newcastle job. You know, every team he plays with, whether it's Rayo Vallecano, Bournemouth, even the ones he had beforehand, although admittedly I watched them a lot less, but they seem to just want to attack players and attack teams. I mean, they had 6 players forward before Newcastle broke, and it was 3v2. Every single time they go forward, they seem to have 5 or 6 players there. Newcastle in the other situation, we had the throw in up towards Harvey Barnes. He heads it to the edge of the box. There's only Asula in the box. Insanity.
Botman just gets a bit of a smack on his mask there, and he goes down. And again, he's back up on his feet though, and again, that's something he's psychologically got to get over with his facial injury. Christie again wins that ball back. And again, it's a good ball in for Tavernier, who's got behind Tino, running towards goal. It's into the side netting. And all of a sudden, I've seen Tino's holding his back there. I don't know whether he's gone down awkwardly there, but he got behind Tino. He'd got the momentum behind Tino. And again, Tino's trying to get back. And again, he does enough there for me, Tino, just to put him off. Probably was a corner, actually, because it comes off the shoulder of Ramsdale. Tino's back on his feet, though. He's smiling, so obviously looks all good. And Iraola there, he's gesturing towards the referee. It must have been a corner, surely. Somebody like Tavernier's quality wouldn't have just kicked that out for a goal kick.
Yeah, it did look like Tino got a little bit of a touch on it as well. To give him credit, he did end up recovering well. News from around the grounds as well, by the way. Leeds 1-0 up against Wolves. James Justin with the goal, and that of course means that if West Ham get a result and things stay the way they are, Wolves will officially be relegated.
They've just gone 2-0 up as well. To be fair, Okafor with the second goal. So it looks like. It's totally capitulated Wolves' chance of survival in the Premier League, which was very, very slim. I do think he's probably going to go bye-bye today. Looks very rainy up in the north.
He's going to lose that bet.
Yeah, indeed he is. Diagonal ball again, and it's a strange header that from Senesi. He's gone up in the air to try and win that ball, and he's come down really heavy on his side. And he stayed floored to the ground there, Senesi.
Some interesting news is coming through on my phone there, actually. Lightning strikes have been spotted about 10 mile away from the ground. So you might actually see some pretty bad weather in the next 15-20 minutes. But that could even just make for a more entertaining game. Yeah, exactly.
Do you think... Sons of Saturn says Gordon's on strike. Okay, that's an interesting one. Gordon's good at missing, says Big Eddie Cole.
Do you think they like Anthony Gordon?
It'll be interesting to see what information comes out for the rest of this week, if I'm honest with you, about the situation with Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, 100%. I think it will be one of those. I do think he's being protected a little bit by Eddie Howe, as we've been saying. But it's up there. It's up to Anthony Gordon to come out and prove, he's still got the bottle to play these last 6 games, and yeah, he'll be thinking about the World Cup 100%. But if Newcastle get a win today, for me, a good end of the season secures his spot in that World Cup squad, because there's a lot of good players who can play that left wing.
Absolutely. Tonali with a bit of a blind pass out to Alanga again. And truthfully, he's easy to get that one back to Petrovic. Again, the ball into that space, for me, wasn't a wrong ball. I just think, unfortunately, Alanga had literally come inside and the space, unfortunately, that was the ball was the right space to put the ball into, just wrong positioning by the player.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that too many times from Newcastle this season, just those fine margins not going our way. But a great tackle in there by Malik Chow on Ryan to stop him from getting on the ball. It looks like Newcastle's main objective is, whenever Ryan gets on that ball, close him quickly and stop him from showing that flair.
Yeah, absolutely. Not really had a chance to run at any of the Newcastle players as of yet, Ryan. So it is stopping Louis Hall from going forward a lot, though, mate, to be fair. Yeah,
although, to be honest, I'm okay with that. I think Louis Hall's got enough defensively to stop any issues there. And if Newcastle are going to win this, it's going to have to be a low-scoring game, in my opinion. So a little bit more defensive, I don't mind.
Yeah, Hill there with a long throw in. Didn't cause any problems in the end, but he's certainly got a good throw on him. And Tavernier there with a deflection ball, and it's out for a goal kick. So again, half a threat from Bournemouth in the penalty area there, but like I say, Newcastle dealt with it. Wasn't comfortable, and that's again a very strange ball from Botman. He does that a lot, Botman, where he drives that ball into a central area from a wide position. He's out of position. Surely you shouldn't be putting that ball in that area if you're nowhere near position.
Yeah, it's a big risk, and sometimes it comes off and we're sitting there going, oh, what a player, and then sometimes it ends up like it did there and goes horribly wrong. He just got a bit lucky that it ended up in the crowd.
Yeah, exactly. Christie loses it to Hall there, who again does well, and again it looks croupy with his endeavour to get the ball back for foul on Hall. Quick ball out to, which wasn't a great ball to be fair, to Tino, but again, Miley with a first-time ball over the top to try and get to Tonali. It's headed clear. It's fallen to Alanga, who runs inside. But again,
do better.
The pass is awful from Alanga, and it's easy for Jimenez to pick it off. And again, Krupi loses out to Hall. And then it's up against Harvey Barnes now. Harvey Barnes trying to find Alanga. Sorry, it was Asula on the diagonal. And again, it's Scott who clears that ball. Botman under control there, throws it back towards Ramsdale. He, again, just outside his box, gives it to Botman. But again, Botman under a bit of press there. Miley drops it back to Ramsdale again, who this time, because of the press or the half press of Bournemouth, clears it long. And again, the clearance just comes off for Bournemouth head. And it's a Newcastle throw-in halfway in their own box. It's been very 50-50 for me, mate, in the last 10 minutes. Both teams really not taking advantage of misplaced passes or anything like that.
Very
maybe Bournemouth
so
just
far.
slightly sneaking it on the offensive.
Bournemouth have had much more quality on the ball going into that final third. They look like they can do something. Unfortunately, Newcastle in that final third, and we're just going forward now. Wrong passes, and when we are playing those passes in the final third, they're terrible. And that's another one right there.
That's
from
another
Sandro
one
Tonali.
there, yeah, exactly. From Tonali,
playing it
just
straight
overhit.
out of play.
Yeah, not enough angle, if you like, from Tonali to try and get Alanga in. But again, missing the opportunity to get the ball into the danger areas. Newcastle seem to me as though when the opportunity's there, we've got bodies in the box to throw a quality ball in there with a quality player that can do so. We don't do it. And then when we do it, there's two things happen. We either haven't got enough players in the box or we haven't got the quality player on the ball to cross the ball. It really is weird the way Newcastle set the play up when it comes to delivery into the box.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. If we're going to play this way next season, I think the top two things on Eddie Howe's transfer list must be a good crosser of the ball and someone that can head the ball. Because if we put in this amount of crosses next season with a world class attacker of the ball, I'm thinking an Olivier Giroud, and an actual decent crosser of the ball, you'd have a field day. You wouldn't be playing very good football, but you'd be winning games, and that's terrible again from Anthony Elanga just playing in the midfield. Yeah. Bournemouth got a great chance here.
Does well there to try and get Krupi involved. It's come to Ryan, who sneaks it wide again with a instep pass, trying to shape it into that far pass, and it's a yard or so wide of the ball. But you're right. We've just had a quick glimpse of all of the stats, and it does favour Bournemouth in every area. Oh yeah, I mean it's close, but everything favours Bournemouth at the minute. So we were both right. Bournemouth just shading at the minute regarding the game itself, and again playing with a lot of confidence. Newcastle are void of a lot of confidence, and they are scrapping for everything. Ball over the top, trying to find a Sula, but well defended there by Senesi and Hill. I don't know whether that ball was out. It looks like it stayed in, luckily for them. Christie picks the ball up just inside his own half and again throws the ball forward. Connor's questioning, what are our tactics? They get ball wide, but what are we doing? It seems as if we are void of any ideas regarding tactics. It's a usual thing for me. We play more on the left-hand side than we do on the right, and we try and open the space up on the right-hand side. But again, it's players that are playing in these positions that don't seem to be understanding the role that they're given by the gaffer. It does look a little bit misplaced and disjointed.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest, we're not playing very good football, but the issue for that is, we're getting into those positions where we play those triangles into the box, and unfortunately, the quality just isn't there in the final ball. I can see what we're trying to do. We're trying to do it right now with Elanga. Tonali whips. It's corner for Newcastle United.
No, it come off Elanga.
No, it come off Elanga.
Elanga went on the diagonal to try and thinking that he's going to get the ball back, and Tonali then crossed the ball hard and low, and it comes off Elanga's shin and out for a goal kick. And again, that seems to suggest how his season's gone thus far.
Yeah, it sums him up pretty well, doesn't it? And after 15 minutes, I was saying the game's been fairly entertaining. I think it's the commentator's curse, because last 10, 15 minutes, really divided quality, and Bournemouth have looked slightly better, but they haven't looked good either, in my opinion.
Yeah, like I say, it's like I think somebody in the chat, championship quality, said front three, says Steve Waldo. I was going to say, this reminds me of a championship battle, if I'm honest with you. Seems very void of ideas, both teams. It seems as though Bournemouth are reacting to misplaced passes and then trying to break and cause trouble. Newcastle, like I say, are just scrapping and trying to find a way through. A very disciplined Bournemouth side.
Yeah, you can see the efforts there. You can't fault the effort, but the quality is up there with some of the worst this season in regards to the teams you actually in the league. What's happened to this Newcastle that even at stages this season, could play a little bit of crisp football here and there. Certainly don't see that anymore.
Yeah, Tino with the ball, trying to get the ball down the line there, but lost out to Tavernier again, and it's Bournemouth who picked this ball up, and again the ball's coming to Christie, who's able to turn. Nobody really close. There's a ball down to Jimenez, who gets out of his feet to try and find a Ryan, but again Ryan had gone inside rather than outside. Miley picks his ball up. He plays it out to Ramsey now. Ramsey's come out on this left-hand side, driving towards the Bournemouth penalty area. But again, Christie gets himself back into a defensive area and does well against Ramsey, who would literally run out of steam by the time he got to the box. And again, it's quick feet from Krupi on the halfway line. Gives it to Alex Scott, who again just plays the ball to the left-hand side. And the ball out now on with Truffet, who comes inside to Scott again, and again it's on the halfway line.
Just letting them play
this ball up. Yeah, Ball down to Ryan on this right side. It's the first time he's had a chance to run it. Hall is driving towards the box. It's
So
across
easy.
the 6-yard box, and from literally 2 yards out, Tavernier taps it in. 1-0 to Bournemouth.
Absolutely diabolical. Literally, your Newcastle players just watching Bournemouth with the ball. And I'm not going to lie, for someone to play a ball that long, I mean, Iraola's even annoyed at us by it looks of things. He's saying it's too easy for Bournemouth. He wants a bit of competition. Great work from Bournemouth, it does have to be said. Ball from deep. Finds Ryan on that right-hand side. No one tries to close anyone down. It's so easy. And he just knocks it across goal, and Tavernier taps in at the back post. It's happening.
I'm not sure
again.
that's going to go down very well against the professionals. Where it looks like they were sharing a spliff there in their celebration. Hall there were a little bit naive because he showed Ryan the line to run at rather than come inside. And Ryan said, "Yeah, if you're going to show me it, I'll take it." He drives towards the byline and then plays a square ball, and Tavernier and Tino challenging together. It's literally 2 yards out, and it's whoever takes a challenge on that ball. And I don't know who it comes off, if I'm honest with you. Because, like I say, it looks like Tavernier gets the touch on it, but Tino sliding in, it could have come off the calf or anything like that. So, but I'm not sure of that celebration, mate.
No, it's one that'll be looked at, and probably Bournemouth will get in a little bit of trouble for. But I can't take away from the fact we've been so poor in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. The tide has turned, and again, it's how Newcastle react from. I mean, it could be a godsend, if I'm honest with you, rather than going in the lead. Coming from behind could be a new way forward. Miley picking the ball up. Ramsey plays the ball out to Tino. Tino now gets it out of his feet. Tonali going on the overlap. Tino comes inside. Miley out to Tonali. Again, looking for the gimme back. But Tonali says, "No, I'll keep it myself," and come inside. Drills the ball into the box. But again, Elanga on the total different wavelength. I don't know what it is with Elanga. Puts himself into some positions in front of the defender. And he just seems to trip over his own feet there for me.
Yeah, it's a bit of an old one because the pass wasn't very good either from Tonali. He just kind of played it to the side of Elanga. Not really going to be able to do anything with that, but you're completely right about Elanga. Every time the ball's gone near him today, it's either just been the wrong pass or he's tripped over his feet. It's really, really off-putting for anyone watching this game, and I'd be surprised if people don't turn this off if it goes to 2-0 because Newcastle don't look like scoring.
No, you're right, and apparently it's the 8th time that Bournemouth have scored against Newcastle first at St James's Park, I believe. I've just read there. I don't know whether that's the right stat, and gone in front. So again. We talk about bogey sides. It's not looking at all good in this first half for Newcastle. And like I say, they do seem at the minute at 6s and 7s. Hill now with a ball into the box, but it's too close to Ramsdale. 35 minutes gone. It's Newcastle 0, Bournemouth 1 at St James's Park. And again, you were looking at a very lackluster performance in these last 15 minutes. I must admit, Elanga again back against the defender, has to go back to Tino, who again, I don't know what you're doing, Tino. It's just knocks it out of his feet and it goes straight to a Bournemouth player. Scott now picking the ball up, plays it out on the halfway line to Jimenez. Jimenez looking for options down the line, again goes backwards to Hill, who's the deepest defender, and all the way back to the keeper. To try and, again, reshape Bournemouth. Back to Hill, who goes long over the top. Again, trying to get Ryan on the move. But Hall is trying to guide that one out of play, which he does successfully.
Yeah, the worrying thing for Newcastle now is after this stage, and we've lost pretty much every stage, every 15-minute stage after this in the league this season. We've always conceded more than we scored. We do terrible in the second half, and we're going to go in needing something, and I really can't see it unless the changes are made.
Yeah, Bournemouth have climbed to 8th position as it stands with this result, if it carries on today. And we are the second club, or the second highest club that Bournemouth score against. The other club being Manchester United, believe it or not, where they've scored 14. So, like I say, we're in good company.
Yeah, as I say, it ain't awful company to keep if you don't look at the context. But it's embarrassing, isn't it? The fact that I thought the days of us being up there with those kind of stats were long gone. But it just seems like the same teams throughout Eddie Howe's tenure we've just really struggled against. We mentioned last week we don't get good results at Selhurst Park. Lo and behold, we didn't get a good result at Selhurst Park. We don't do very well against Bournemouth. Lo and behold, we're 1-0 down, 36 minutes gone.
And again, it's a throw-in in a dangerous position for Hill, who's slowing the game down a little bit at the minute. He launches the ball in towards the 6-yard box. And this time it's hacked clear by Tino to the halfway line. And Jimenez able, under no pressure whatsoever, just to take it all the way back to the keeper. And it's Ramsey who is driving forward to try and force an error. Header forward. Again, it's Asula who gets that ball. Miley fires it in on the halfway line to Tonali. Tonali out to Alanga. Alanga able to turn and have a run. Tino picks up the ball. And again, Alanga's down. I don't know what's happened to Alanga here. Get a smack on the shin.
It didn't seem like there was too much in it, did there?
No. Even though he's questioning the referee not giving him anything there, but it's a throw into Newcastle. Tino with a potential long throw. Not really seen anything anywhere near the 6-yard box from Tino yet.
No, absolutely not. He's been nowhere, has he? We'll wait till actually after the ball was out of play, but
yeah, ball
throw
again,
in.
Still nowhere near the a black and white shirt, to be fair, to contest. Hall, again, just hoofs the ball into a space that is nowhere a black and white shirt. Again, on that right-hand side. So it's a throw into Bournemouth.
Yeah, just before play starts again, Line pointed in there with a question. Do you think if Mike Ashley was in charge right now, we would have sacked Eddie Howe by now? I think Eddie Howe would be in the middle of a 10-year contract, personally. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, he didn't really... As long as he was getting money, sacking managers wasn't in his. We've got a chance here again for Bournemouth. Ryan driving into the box again, lost his way a little bit, and Botman and Lewis Hall clear that ball up. But again, they are tucked into this bottom left-hand corner. Hall deflects off Scott for a throw into Newcastle. I don't know. Like you say, I think it'd probably be very much like you say. As long as he wasn't losing money, they'd stay. In the Premier League type of situation, he'd be happy with it.
Yeah, completely. Like, let's be honest, we all know what Mike was like. Even though the current ownership don't seem to really have the right ideas on how to do things, it's still better than what it was, isn't it? But maybe not for very long as Bournemouth are getting into the box here. Scott whips it across. It should be 2-0.
Evan Nielsen there should have scored, shouldn't he? There's lovely Krupi plays the ball into Scott, who drives to the byline and again gets a square ball across. And it's Evan Nielsen on the slide, not really picked up by a Newcastle player. He does get a touch on it, but not enough to take it into the box. It should be 2-0 Bournemouth.
Yeah,
Alanga now driving down that right-hand side, got the beating. And again, Truffert in his wake, but the cross at the end of it is straight into Petrovic's hands. Again, it's that cross, that final third ball, not really causing any danger. No,
let's be honest, it's been very poor. And it's what we've come to expect from Newcastle really this season, unfortunately. Changes are needed. It's very, very obvious. Whether that change comes at the higher levels or the lower levels or maybe at the player levels, but something needs to change because Newcastle play this way next season could well be fighting that Tottenham position.
Yeah, ball in Lewis Hall's hands. And again, it's a throw in deep in the Newcastle half. He throws it in to Ramsey. Ball comes into Chow. And again, Bournemouth on the retreat allows Chow then to move forward with the ball to the halfway line. Again, He's just allowed to keep coming out to Tino on that right-hand side. Again, he's got Elanga in front of him. Just comes on the inside now, Elanga. Back to Tino. Plays it back to Lewis Miley. Miley square to Lewis Hall again, who's come very square. Out to Harvey Barnes, who's hugging this touchline. Byline again, cross the ball in towards the penalty area. It's come to Ramsey, but again, it's blocked. It's come out to Tonali, who again, he's got his back facing the Bournemouth goal, giving it to Malik Chow. And again, it's slowed a little bit down from that momentum. All picks the ball up again, 40 yards away from the Bournemouth goal, out to Barnes on this left-hand side. Inside again, Barnes, who gets a bit of a tap on the ankles from Jimenez. And that's going to be a free kick to Newcastle in a very promising position on this left-hand side.
First real time, Barnes has got the better of Jimenez in that battle, and it wasn't by much, let's say. So Jimenez has definitely had the better of the two in that time. But this is the kind of chance where Newcastle United do have a good chance of creating something. We do statistically, we are decent at set pieces. My eyes say otherwise most of the time, but we do tend to get goals from these situations. So let's see if we can get another.
Yeah, and it's Tonali and Lewis Hall. I'd like Tonali to have a go, I really would. I just would love to throw something at Petrovic from Tonali. It's Lewis Hall who's going to do the outswinger. Oh. It's a good one. It's cleared off the line. What a good save. That is from Petrovic. Palms it back into play. And it's fallen to a blue shirt of Bournemouth. Again, they are called into that corner of the right-hand side. And it's a throw-in to Bournemouth there. But Petrovic with a reactive save there to keep it 1-0 to Bournemouth.
Yeah, good save. Lewis Hall whips it in, trying to see what happens there. No Newcastle player touches it. It hits off two Bournemouth players by the looks of it. The last one being Alex Scott. He forces him into the save. So fair enough. We can't score. Bournemouth are trying to do it for us. Credit to them.
Exactly. Again, it just hit him. He couldn't react. The ball dropped to his foot, and the ball then just bounces up very kindly, if I'm honest with you, for Petrovic. At a good savable height, where he's able just to push it out back into play, and unfortunately we couldn't capitalise on that second ball. Tonali now picking the ball up from Miley, got a bit of space, plays the ball out to Livramento on that right-hand side, inside to Elanga, in the box now. Elanga plays the ball in. There's an air shot there from Asula, unfortunately, on the edge of the 6-yard box, and again, Bournemouth clear their lines. Good ball in from Malik Chow, though, heads it back into Miley. Ramsey trying to get Tonali involved. And again, Bournemouth in the haste to try and clear the ball, only give the ball back to Newcastle. And again, driving Tonali down that right-hand side, trying to get the ball into the box. But again, can't beat the first keeper. And it's Tavernier dropping to the floor under the challenge of Tonali. And it's going to be a free kick to Bournemouth. Bournemouth do look panicky when Newcastle get in and around the box, don't they?
Yeah, I think it just goes to show we can't get at these if we do actually try and get forward and attack them. But unfortunately, every time we're getting forward, they are looking a little bit shaky. But Newcastle just don't have the quality to capitalise on it. So many loose passes. Maybe, just maybe, second half we bring on maybe Bruno. I'd say take off Elanga more than anything else. Move a circle out of that right-hand side. And just maybe you'll start, I'd say, bring Big Nick up up front. Just try and get a little bit more quality on the ball, because this Bournemouth team's a little fragile at the back.
Yeah, it needs to be. You need somebody to hold on to the ball when the ball goes into the final third. At the minute, it literally is, bouncing off everybody. 2 minutes of stoppage time left in this first 45 minutes. Newcastle 0, Bournemouth 1. And again, it's like I say, since they've scored, to be fair, Newcastle have woken up a little bit, but again, not really created many opening opportunities, to be fair. Botman now picking the ball up, again, looking to go over the top. But again, it's easy for Jimenez to play that ball forward. A little bit of a shove in the back there on Christie from Miley, but he got away with it. Lewis Hall now driving central with the ball. Plays it out to Harvey Barnes. First touch inside. Again, trying to draw Jimenez away from his position. Ramsey now plays it into Asula. Again, it's more deflecting off rather than controlling situation for Newcastle.
Yeah, I think that was really poor by Asula there. Ramsey's looking up and he turns. He wants the run from Asula and he's static. No movement in that box there. And it's not usually something you can blame Asula for, but he does seem to just be a step behind the play more often than not. And that's something that's really slowing it down for Newcastle, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a great one there from Jagsman. Howe says, fired up lots of wood to burn, lol. What a load of codswallop. Plenty of dead wood in squad and management. Yeah, it seems a bit damp, unfortunately, this wood that he's trying to burn. It's more smoky than burning, if I'm honest. Like I say, it's headed clear now. Ryan picks his ball up and trying to fire it down for Krupi, but it's deflected off Hall and then back off Ryan for a Newcastle throw-in. Hall again brings it back to Miley, all the way back to Botman, and then goes square to Chow, deep in his own half, and Chow's got the options to go out to Tino, which he gives. Miley shows on the inside. It's a good ball. Again, trying to get the ball in, and it's mixed emotions for me because you've got two players running on the parallel, and Miley plays the ball central of the two players running parallel. None of them making an angle to give him options, to be fair. Really poor, if I'm honest with you, for this first half.
Completely agree, and I'm not sure if you have the volume on yourself there, but the boos, they might have been short, but they were definitely there. So I think that's a sign. You know, people voted with their feet and going to the game. 300 tickets still available around kick-off time, and then another 1-0 down. Boos come at half time. If it stays like this, could be very toxic at full time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like I said, it's. I mean, somebody's saying that Volt can't hold up the ball, but he's got more chance of holding. I mean, yeah, he struggles against physical players. If I'm honest with you, because the size of him, he doesn't get that much protection from the referees. And I think he's such a big lad that referees often seem to think that he can make them type of challenges on him. He should be able to handle it. But unfortunately, like I say, he does struggle at times to hold the ball up. But at this present moment in time, there's no control in that front line. And when I say hold the ball up, even if he was to drop in deep and you'd got the runners then running in on the angle, and like I say, at the minute, the one person that looks totally lost is Alanga in that first half. I mean, as much as Asula has done very little, Ilanga's done even less. And I don't know what it is with that right-hand side. It seems as though it is the definite Achilles heel for anything tactically that Newcastle seem to be trying to set up.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. That right-hand side, Newcastle have struggled with for a long time. And Almiron had his purple patch, but you knew he wasn't really good enough long-term. Murphy had his purple patch. And, you know, it was a bit longer than a purple patch, I would say, for Murphs. Because, you know, what he was producing per minute, you know, it was definitely for a longer period than a purple patch where that was really good. But you're looking at it and you're thinking, realistically, neither of those players are good enough to be right wing in what should be a top 6 to top 8 Premier League side. Try Asula out there. Why not? Get a little bit more oomph in your play. But for me, you've got to have a proper striker on there. And I don't care if it's Wissa, I don't care if it's Voltamada. Get one of them on there and just maybe you'll have a chance of sneaking a goal, because our best chance has come from an Alex Scott deflection that he didn't know about. And Bournemouth realistically have had two tap-ins, one of which they've took, the other they haven't.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of players, you know, that haven't responded very well. It was very, like I say, it was very even first 15 minutes. Both teams just literally, you know, vying that last third, if you like. One team looked as though they got some desire to get something on the end of it. Our team just didn't seem anything. Like I said, it was more luck than judgment. Vendetta saying Stockholm syndrome seems to be a problem amongst our fan base. Accepting this tripe sends a message to potential players that we are a passive downward trajectory. I mean, again, you know, Pete Ashley, amazing. Seems the worse you play, the more you defend your manager. Absolute madness. Yeah, I mean, like I say, Oliver saying, "Bolt can't hold up the ball. That's why he was dropped. Too weak for the Prem." Well, like I say, I think it was more the fact that he couldn't get in tandem with what Eddie Howe wants, and that's pressing from the front line. But again, even with Asula, there's been very little up there. The only player that seems to have that ability in the Newcastle side ain't involved today because of this slight knock. The only player, and on art, as much as Anthony Gordon is a problem child, I'm going to say, he's the only one that presses from the front line.
Yeah, completely agree. You'd expect William Masula to do it a little bit more. We've seen him do it in games. He's willing. The question is why he's not doing it at the moment. And that is a big, big problem for me at the moment. But I'm looking at it at the moment and I'm thinking, where is the bit of quality going to come from? And I really don't see it. This is a side that, for me, was set up to not lose the game and be a bit more pragmatic. Now, you're 1-0 down. It's a game you normally lose. Let's just throw attacking bodies on there. Voltamada, Wissa, Bruno, even Trippier if you want. I know Tino hasn't played particularly bad, but you've got to just look to do something a little bit different. Stop going for we're going to be fitter than the opposition approach and actually try and play some good attacking football, because the one-touch play has been there at times, but it's on the halfway line where we've done it all right, and then as soon as we've tried it in that final third, everything's gone to pot. And when you look at the quality of player in midfield compared to up front and the wings, you can kind of see why.
Yeah, you're right. Jordan, he's saying, if Howe stays, it's a relegation battle next season. He won't walk away. Sack him now. This is pathetic. And again, there is... It's true what they say, though, isn't it? About, again, he was questioned of the comparables with the Bournemouth era when he was manager there, that he always seemed to struggle in that fifth season. It just falls away from him. And again, like Iriola says, he wants a challenge, not only for himself, but also for Bournemouth. He doesn't want to be the voice that they get used to. They need a kick. And that's why he's decided enough's enough and time's got to go. The trouble is, though, if he comes to Newcastle, is it going to be the same? Are we going to be looking for another manager in another 4 years, if that's the situation that these coaches have in that mentality now?
Yeah, there's always that potential, isn't there? You look at Newcastle at the moment and it feels like a shell of what we saw a few games ago. But for me, the big thing is you can see there is a bit of a lack of confidence there. But confidence doesn't dictate quality, and it doesn't, a lack of confidence, doesn't mean you can't play a 6-yard pass. And how many times have we seen already in this game? I feel like I've repeated myself 100 times over this season already on these comms, just saying, look, Newcastle can't play these 6-yard passes. So if you can't play this intricate style, you try and be a little bit more on that side while you press off the ball. Maybe you just go, look, we're going to stop trying to play this way. We're going to overload the wings, overload up front, and we're just going to play without that midfield because we can't play that way. Still have them there, but Tonali, you stay deeper. Miley, you stay deeper. Ramsey, you get a bit more forward. Something like that. Something just gives us something to be excited about, because I'm watching Bournemouth. There's 4 or 5 players in that final third of Newcastle's. And every single time they attack, they're there. Those overlaps. While Newcastle United, every time we get forward, there's 2, maybe 3, and there's 4 Bournemouth defenders who can easily snuff it out.
Yeah, it seems pretty crazy. And you talk about the midfield. Let's talk about the midfield, because to me, it hasn't been fantastic. I mean, the only one driving forward seems to have been Ramsey to some degree on the inside left. Goes out to the left-hand side when Barnes comes inside. Not really been enlightened by Tonali, and I've certainly not been enlightened by Miley today. Seems very, I say offish, but it just seems as though the game's passing them by. Is it the fact that we're trying to get the ball forward too quick and not gathering that control in midfield. They do seem to be being bypassed a lot to try and get the ball to the pacey man, and that is Alanga. And again, for me, the one player that looks completely lost is Alanga on that right-hand side.
Completely agree. I think looking at it from a Bournemouth perspective, first 15 minutes they tried to go toe-to-toe in that midfield, and it was 50-50, Newcastle maybe getting slightly the better, and they realised that's not the kind of game we want to play. If we're going to win, we're going to need Jimenez, Tavernier, Ryan, those involved as much as what they possibly can be. So they're getting it a bit deeper, then they're spraying it out wide, and that's splitting the Newcastle midfield to the point of when they come back into Christie and Scott, they've got a lot more space to manoeuvre. And it's basic. It's nothing, groundbreaking. But Newcastle, it's getting around Newcastle at the moment. And then when Newcastle are breaking, we're trying to do exactly the same thing. Just get it wide. What is the point in playing three central midfielders when most of your play goes down the left and the right? Doesn't make sense.
It's crazy. Kevin saying, I'm sick of this rubbish the past 18 months. How can I continue next season? Had enough. I don't know any fan that wants him to be here next season. Like I said, we put the grey skies on the background, as you can see, because I said the storm was coming. And I didn't hear it because I don't have the comms on, but there was a couple of lads, and yourself mentioned the boos at half time. Not a great sound, if I'm honest with you, for any management or player to hear. Somebody in the chat says, what's the point in booing? I'd rather have silence. I can't remember who that was. But like I said, if you're a player and you're getting a boo, does that instill that confidence to come out in that second half and do something different? Or would the silence be the way forward? I mean, I think, the lads have supported Eddie Howe and this Newcastle side now through thick and thin, more thin recently, if I'm honest with you. But, I mean, is it now time that the voices are heard? Because, like I said, they've been patient. It's not been great this season, especially. It wasn't. I don't think it was exceptional last year, if I'm honest with you, at times.
No.
But is it about time that the board listen to the crowd?
Well, I think it is, but it's also a case of there's only so many times you can watch Newcastle United play football and not realise that something's not clicked. And for me, the board have had numerous opportunities this season where they could have let Eddie Howe go. I'll be honest, it wasn't always times where I would have agreed with it. But you're reaching since I would say October to January. I was in the it's 50-50. I could see the benefit if he stays. I could see the benefit if he goes. This board just seemed to have the mentality of let's just give him the rest of the time, because I don't want to say it's because they don't want it to look bad or anything like that, because it can't be that. They're not that stupid, but they just don't seem to be able to pull the trigger, and that's the worrying thing for me, because there's not many in that back room that seem to be able to get things done, and the only difference this season is that the players on the pitch and in the staff, on manager, coaches, etc., have just matched them this season for me.
Yeah, this Jock is in there, McTodger, saying that we're still in this, lads. I'm glad you are. They're still trying to press, in my opinion, says Daz Mills, but it's not in tandem. And you can see, that's what I said, you can see what they're trying to do, because obviously Connor was saying he didn't know what the tactics were. I don't think the tactics have changed much. It looks like, you say, very much on the left-hand side to draw them across to try and cover that gap, and then it opens up the space on the right-hand side for somebody with pace to try and get in and behind. But like I say, it does seem very much as though you're missing one or two players with the ability for that final ball, if I'm honest with you.
Absolutely. I've just got a message off DXK there as well, and he's saying, the manager's days are numbered when players are running into each other and looking confused. If he doesn't change anything at half time, then he's thrown in the towel for me. And I've said it a few times myself, or in the first half, there needs to be changes made early if we're going to get anything onto this. And Chris was saying that Kieran Trippier's just run off the pitch, removing his bib after warming up some bit. Other subs aren't out there. Maybe a half-time change. So it looks like there's a potential for Kieran Trippier to come on in place of Tino Livramento, which is the substitution I'm sure everyone in the chat would have liked to have seen.
Yeah, exactly. Bruno is creative player, and we need him on, says Dave Spence. And like I said, the midfield needs a creator, needs a driver. And like I say, we aren't. Trippier replaces Hall, says Gromitone.
Maybe, yeah, move Tino over to the left. He certainly played better on the left, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Again, I don't know whether that's worthy. Has Lewis Hall been the worst player? I mean, like I say, he's been lacking going forward, to be fair. But does that mean that we get a little bit more drive if we do that, a little bit more balance? Because then you get Botman to cover the left-hand side. And again, I haven't really been enthralled by what's happened in the back line. We still look very unsure of what each other's role is and who's picking up the players. Again, those runners from the left-hand side, their left, our right, have beaten Tino. If Trippier comes on, we know he hasn't got the pace to keep up with the Taverniers and the like, the Kroupies. Is that going to be the problem in the second half, if that is the case?
Yeah, definitely the potential. Just a confirmation there. Kieran Trippier is coming on for Newcastle United, and it does look like it'll be Tino Livramento coming off, but I haven't seen it yet. It might be Lewis Hall.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything as of yet. But Trippier is on the field of play, as Michael has just said.
It's Lewis Hall who has come off, just to confirm.
Yeah, it is Lewis Hall, as Gromitone said in the chat.
Great knowledge.
So Newcastle now going into this second half, kicking left to right, which is what they like to do. Let's see if there's a change. Trippier with his first touch of the ball over the top again, trying to get Elanga in and behind, but it's easy there for Truffert to get the ball back to Petrovic. So Petrovic with the ball in his hand on the 6-yard box, drops it to his feet, and again, Asula on the half press. Ball goes out to Hill. Asula follows the ball, and again, Hill goes long, looking for that Eva Nielsen, but a ball goes all the way through to Ramsdale. Ball comes out to Botman, and it's again back to Ramsdale. Back out to Botman, again trying to suck Bournemouth in. The ball gets jinked up to the halfway line, and Harvey Barnes doing well to back into Jimenez there. Ramsey and Asula now on the ball. Ramsey goes on the outside. Asula plays the ball square. Trippier gets the ball into the box. It's in a good area.
It's a decent ball.
Harvey Barnes goes up for it. It's the first time we've had a decent ball into that area, if I'm honest with you. And again, it's Botman picking the ball up just inside the Newcastle half. Again, drives the ball again along the floor. Asula was looking for it, but he still had two blue shirts in front of him. Dangerous ball for me. And a ball into the box from Tavernier, but it's Kroupi couldn't get on the end of that one, and it's out for a goal kick to Newcastle. Again, poor ball from Botman through the middle, mate.
Yeah, it's for one of those, just playing into the centre just doesn't seem to have worked for Newcastle, and we said it at half time. You know, if we need to fully commit to either just getting it out wide and focusing on play down those wings, or staying narrow, and it looks like we're trying to stay narrower, but it's certainly not good enough, is it?
Yeah, we say Elanga just having the ball under his feet. Asula trying to give him options, but again, couldn't get the ball out of his feet. The ball, he's forward. Kroupi picks the ball up now. It's into Jimenez, who's got a little bit of space to drive towards the halfway line. He's over the halfway line. Now, Ryan picks it back up into Jimenez, who gets a deflection. And it's a Botman deflection out for a corner to Bournemouth. Again, Bournemouth driving down that right-hand side. And it's Tino again at the minute. Looks a little bit lost for me, mate.
Yeah, really struggling in that back line. And I don't know if that's where the confidence is maybe lacking, because players don't think they can defend. But, well, if they don't think they can defend, they've shown they can't defend so far in this season. But we'll see how it happens here.
Yeah, corner kick in Swinger. And again, there's lots of movement in and around the box. Tavernier with a corner kick now.
Free
again,
header.
Puts the ball. Yeah, exactly. Kroupier on the edge of the box there, edge of the 6-yard box with a free header. Nobody picking him up at all. But again, there was enough bodies in front of him for that ball to be deflected. And it's a throw in.
Start's being delayed here, by the way. I'm not sure what's going on, but
no, mate, I don't know. Are they looking for a handball here? It's not handball. It's in the chest of Botman, isn't it?
Yeah, that's chest all day. The fact they've slowed the game, the fact they've slowed things down for that is embarrassing, to be honest.
It is embarrassing. I mean, I don't know what they're looking at there. I mean, there was only Croupy that went up for that one. There was a number of blue shirts in and around him, and again, referee telling them to get on with it because they are delaying everything Bournemouth, as you expect. A little bit of S-housery going on.
Yeah, but it's
to get on top of.
It's what you expect to see in the Premier League in the modern day. And it's not nice, it's not pretty, but every team's going to do it against you. You've just got to find a way to not be in these positions. Which
they are until this 5-second rule comes in, mate. Which is going to be interesting.
Although we might be the team that benefit the least from that.
I'm going to say, exactly. Tonali now with a good turn on the halfway line, plays the ball up to Tino, who's playing inside, plays the ball out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes again comes on the inside. He's got a square ball onto Miley, gets it out of his feet, plays it into Tonali, and again, come on, have a go, lad. Ball into Alanga, lay off to Harvey Barnes, dink to the back stick. Can somebody get on the end of it? No, it's Jimenez who's cleared for a throw into Newcastle. Again, it seems as though Newcastle have the way you get round behind Bournemouth, but it's that final ball, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been the difference, hasn't it? Bournemouth have created 2 great chances from getting in behind. Little cross in here, it's been cleared. Out towards Trippier on that right-hand side into Malik Chow. Newcastle just going to try and recover possession and start again. But Bournemouth got in behind us twice and created 2 great chances. Newcastle haven't managed to create anything, really. I don't think we've had a shot on target, actually.
No, we haven't. I don't think. Here. Well, apart from that own goal position. Oh, here we go. Ball through the lines there, and Croupy's one-on-one. He's into the box. And Malik Chow does well to stand him up, if I'm honest with you. He had no options there, Croupy, to pass to, and there was no options of a shot. But he does get the ball into the box, which Botman heads clear. But again, it's only Ryan who, again, hits Scott. But the ball, I mean, all the Newcastle players have literally stood still there.
Is there any danger of closing someone down?
Yeah, no. I mean, it was literally statues from everybody wearing a black and white shirt. There's got to be a little bit more urgency if they're going to get anything back here. Ball down the line from Senesi, but again, it's gone straight through to Ramsdale, who throws it out to Tonali. And again, Tonali gets a tug on the shirt. There's going to be a yellow card there, surely. Yeah, it's got to be.
First time we've seen a little bit of urgency, though. You know, Ramsdale gets it out quickly. Tonali out of his feet, tries to beat a man, gets Christie yellow carded. All of a sudden, something happens because someone gave a you-know-what.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was a little bit of drive and passion, and that's something that's been lacking in that first half, isn't it? You know, passion for that for the game, if you like. Because it's a simple... Oh, hold on, what's going on here? What's going on here? Tino's coming across and he's telling Trippier to take the free kick. What's going on here? Surely this should have all been sorted out. Anyway, Ramsdale has taken the ball. It's up towards Botman. Can they win this second ball? Tino does pick the ball up again. It's out to Harvey Barnes, who again looking to come inside of Jimenez. Tino's on the outside if Barnes wants him. Takes it inside to Ramsey this time. Ramsey plays the ball up to Harvey Barnes again, trying to beat Jimenez. But again, Jimenez just stands up and it's Ramsey. Back to Barnes. Again, it's Newcastle still in the same position as they were a couple of minutes ago. Barnes, Tonali, out to Tino, who's got a bit of a chance to get to the byline, but he comes back on his right foot, plays the ball into the edge of the 6-yard box. It's headed clear.
Oh, what are you doing?
And Ivan Nielsen, again, trips just running straight through a Bournemouth player there, and it's a free kick to Bournemouth. In a promising position for Newcastle. Tino there had lots of space to drive into, and a picture of Louis Hall, who looks very sullen on the bench.
Yeah, he looked quite angry, to be honest. It's one of those face like thunder. Someone's just insulted his mother in the schoolyard and he's about to go deck them. was the look on the face there. I mean, we haven't seen enough of that on the pitch, we'll tell you that, because that's the most I've seen emotion-wise out of anyone. But to go back to what happened just before there, Tino going over and telling Trippier, oh, you've got to do this. I think he was telling Miley something as well, or Miley tried to get involved. That doesn't happen when you're a winning team. No. Or a confident winning team who know they're going to do something. So you can just see they're questioning everything.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, mate. It's like I said, there's far too... sometimes you want leaders on the park, but it's leading in the wrong way for me when you're trying to couch on the pitch. Because this should have all been sorted. Yeah, well done, Alanga. He gets it out of his feet to Trippier. Trippier back into Alanga. First touch is heavy, but he does get a push in the back from Senesi. But again, the referee... Yeah, it goes down a little bit too easy for me, Alanga, when the ball's running away from him.
The weight of the pass is probably slightly off, but Alanga's first touch is pretty terrible. Sends him wide. Senesi just puts one arm on the shoulder, and it's enough for Alanga to go sliding. It's better from Newcastle, but you've got, again, as soon as it gets into the box, we seem to lose control of the bowel movements.
Yeah, Botman comes over the top of Ivan Nilsson there, and Ivan Nilsson is blamed for going into the back of Botman.
Is that like Harry Kane style, the way he always does, backs into the
defender?
Tavernier
there is saying something to the referee, who gets a yellow card for his mouth. And the referee just telling Newcastle just to hold on. Tavernier is just getting verbally sorted, bit of dissent.
Yeah, I want to see that again, to be honest.
The referee is still talking to him, so I don't know what's going on here.
It seemed an awkward situation, but it didn't seem like any that, either way you'd be upset with it being given. So I wanted to see a replay just to see if it was similar to what Harry Kane does. The referee clearly judged it so, but the Newcastle free kicks just kind of ended up with Bournemouth on the ball again.
Yeah, exactly. No direction again. Christie plays the ball, and Ryan, fortunate for Newcastle, it comes off his thigh straight into the path of Tonali. Now Trippier with the ball plays it inside to Ramsey, who's got a bit of space to run into. He goes on the outside. Harvey Barnes stays inside. Again, come on, Tino on the outside. Ramsey's still running. Harvey Barnes on the edge of the box. Have a go, lad! To Tino at the back post. And it's easy for Petrovic. Everybody's frightened to shoot, man.
Yeah, I said before, I don't think Newcastle have had a shot on target. They're certainly not trying to. It's trying to score the perfect goal with just a tap in at the back post or something every time. Just take a risk there. Harvey Barnes made a little bit of space, could have got a shot away. You're so close to goal that the slightest deflection means it's either going in or it's going wide. Because the keeper's very unlikely to save it if it deflects the other way.
Well, it's seen it as well, isn't it, when it's coming through a number of bodies. You just
exactly.
Don't see the ball until it's on top of you. So, if you don't take the lottery ticket, you don't win it, do you? Type of situation. Ball, again, down this left-hand side, and even Nielsen can't keep it in play, so it's a Newcastle throw-in. A little bit of difference since Trippier's come on, I must admit, going forward. It seems as though the ball is a bit more in line to go to a black and white shirt, but it's a poor throw from Trippier, straight. I say that, it's commentary curse. Ball into Tavernier, into the middle of the box with Ivan Nilsson. It's a good challenge from Botman, to be fair. That stops it. Miley, again, who's been a little bit of a miss in the second half. I haven't really mentioned his name once yet in the first 15 minutes of the second half. Ball comes back to Miley, who goes over the top. Again, nowhere near Asula. And again, a very similar push to Alanga there on Bournemouth from Tonali. And the referee's given that a free kick.
Yeah, let's be honest, it's not great, is it, whatsoever? But that throw in there, Ramsey and Trippier, no communication there whatsoever. Then it's in behind Trippier, who's trying to get back. And you almost had another situation where it's just a really easy chance, but it's a good tackle by Sven Botman to deny Bournemouth the second. Newcastle are technically still in the game, but they're doing their best to not be.
Yeah, exactly. Again, like you said, these are the mistakes. I said the 5-second rule comes in, what you've just seen there, where players peel off a player to get the ball, receive the throw, and then try and let it run across the body. And it's going to come, as it says, it falls to the opposition 9 times out of 10 in those positions. Truefair now driving down this left-hand side, plays the ball in towards that penalty spot, headed clear again, and Ramsey just hammers it clear, and that's going to be back to a Bournemouth player who's going to take the throw-in on the halfway line. It's Jimenez, plays it back to Hill. Jimenez again picking that ball up, throwing it against Asula, and it's another throw into Bournemouth, the 5 yards difference further in thereof. Anything different for yourself, Michael, in this first 15 minutes?
It's a little bit tidier with Kieran Trippier on that right-hand side. Newcastle focusing a little bit more on quality on the ball on that side than actually trying to get the movement going. But that is because Trippier doesn't exactly have a lot of movement. So they're having to play at 2 feet, which is a little bit cleaner. But as soon as it's going to someone like Elanga, it's just going straight out of play, going straight back to Bournemouth. So it's really not a good watch at all, but Trippier has improved it a little bit, and that's not saying much about Trippier's performance.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit more control, if I'm honest with you. But again, Trippier throws the ball in a little bit further than Tino does. So, but again, it's Bournemouth that try and get that ball back. Trippier does manage to get it all the way back to Ramsdale, who's come out of his box. But again, Ramsdale goes long on that forward, but looking for Botman, again, who'd stayed up there, falls back to Trippier, who gives it to Tino on the halfway line. And Tino goes all the way back to Ramsdale. And again, Tino, I don't know what it is with Tino, because he seems to be talking to everybody as if to say, you're not giving me a chance to pass to you because the opposition's too close to you. The ball has deflected from... Oh, Elanga! God's truth. It was a flick on from Miley to Elanga, who'd got loads of space behind. He'd got a simple pass inside to Miley, who'd got loads of space to explore. Harvey Barnes trying to drive through there, but again, gets cut out by Alex Scott, and Jimenez now driving towards the halfway line. Again, it's poor from Elanga.
It's terrible. All ends up. Even Barnes there trying to go in between 2 or 3 players. Decision-making's been absolutely diabolical, and if Elanga gets that through to Miley, he's got a brilliant chance of scoring, and it isn't difficult to get it through to him. And here comes Bruno. I've got a feeling it's going to be for Miley, because he has had a poor game, it must be said, unfortunately, for the young lad. But Newcastle needs something, and maybe Captain Fantastic can turn it around.
Oh, Sula. Again,
does
done well, to be fair, though. He has won that ball back. He drives into the box. Miley on the edge of the box. And again, have a shot to Tonali. Just leaning back as he struck that one, so it's well over the bar. But again, it sits nicely for him from that central position.
Oh, fat. Jacob
Murphy coming on as well. And again, it looks like it's time to get the board out for the tactics board. Or a time that was playing checkers for those in America. Dominoes or something like that. Well, it's about time, if I'm honest with you. But I'm sure, like I say, I'm not sure Murphy gives us anything different the way he's played recently. So,
no,
we all know he's got that one cross in him, Tonali coming off.
No, I just given him the armband. It's Jacob Ramsey coming off, which is a surprising one for me. He hasn't played great either, but he's been a little bit tidier than Miley, I would have thought.
Yeah, well, like I said, I've only mentioned Miley in the first half or second half, so I'm not 100% sure where that is. February the 10th was the last time we saw Bruno, so it's nice to see him back.
I thought you were saying the last time we won a game.
Well,
it feels like it, but...
Yeah, exactly. Evan Nilsson there for Bournemouth, plays it inside, and again, Botman, who's probably been one of the standouts in a black and white shirt today, who's done well at the back. Again, Barnes driving through a slight space in the gap. And again, unfortunately, he trips over Scott there because he put his foot behind Scott's foot and he goes down. And the referee does the right thing, to be fair, and lets the play continue. It was never a foul. Ryan again driving against Tonali, and Tonali does excellent there, to be fair. Again, all of a sudden, there's a little bit of urgency coming out of Newcastle at this present
moment. Not out the players.
But again,
slowly
I'm going to say Tino there looked like he was on the, let's show you the top speed of Bruno. Because he was literally walking out of the back line there. Miley, who's gone into Ramsey's position. It's out to Tino. Back to Miley on the edge of the box. Was Murphy and Barnes. I thought if he could find him on that reverse ball, there was going to be a shot at goal here because both players were open.
There's players there for Newcastle to try and get the ball to in the positions for a change, but no intent whatsoever to end up getting it towards them. What I will say, and Connor's just sent me it over as well, we need a goal, and once again, no Wissa, no Voltamada.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I said, when you've not really allowed or made the keeper work, it ain't working, you know. And this is what I said. You've gone out there with youth and this drive, this hunger, and it's not working. I mean, when do you make that decision? You know, when it's too late for them to get involved and warm in the game, and that's where I think they go wrong. Eddie Howe, you know, he waits for this magic number to appear, 65, 70 minutes. And again, you know, by the time they come on, the game's gone. This should have been happening well before now. Christie is the one he's coming off, and Krupi, who's not really had the best of games, if I'm honest with you.
No, he hasn't played great, has he? And the referee's forcing Christie to go off by the goalkeeper centre pitch after coming over to give the armband. So fair play to the referee there. Adams coming on for Christie, an immediate change in reaction to Newcastle's changes, and that seems to be the difference when Bournemouth are reactive. Brooks coming on for Krupi as well, as you say there. This seems to be the difference between Bournemouth substitutions when they're reactive and when we're reactive. We're reactive to conceding a goal. They're reacting to the changes.
Yeah, and again, it's thank you, Ian Mack. We've got another Ian Mack in the chat. I thought Super Mac is at the ground. Do you want to do that one, mate?
Yeah, we'll bring Voltamada on 25 minutes from now. Yeah, I can see that, to be honest. 5 minutes to go. Wissa Voltamada on. Throw the I'd say the book at it, but it's not really. It's like throwing a needle in a haystack, really. It ain't going to do much.
Yeah, Harvey Barnes just heading it to nobody, to be fair. Tonali picks this loose ball up, plays it back with a lofted ball back to Ramsdale. Ball plays it in to Botman. Tino inside to Tonali. Tonali gets it out of his feet, but again, he's got three blue shirts around him. And again, he's looking around at players to try and give him options going forward with that ball. Like I say, I don't know what it is about Miley today, but he looks half-paced for me, Miley, mentally as well, reading the game. The game just seems to be passing him by. And again, Newcastle a little bit lucky there because Murphy had given the ball away, which is something I'm going to say a lot more of, if I'm honest with you, these next 20 minutes or so. Asula gets it off his chest, but again, doesn't really do enough for me up top.
Gets the corner on that occasion.
I don't think he does. I'm sure it's a goal kick, man.
Oh.
I think his referee's calling him over because of his challenge on Senesi.
It seems that way, unfortunately. Looked like Newcastle might have had a corner, but you can see you're completely right with Asula there. Didn't do enough. It sort of carries it on his chest, goes down, and as soon as it goes near his feet, he doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't know where it's going. And you're completely right. Bournemouth goal kick, and it's just lofted long.
Yeah, Murphy there just heads the ball up in the air again towards Asula. And then it's just lashed clear from Senesi. Chow heads the ball square to Botman. Botman first time to try and find Miley. Miley again with Tonali, but again it's not pretty from Newcastle. And Tino again facing his own goal, gives it back to Ramsdale.
Very half-hearted press here from Bournemouth.
Yeah, Trippier. And again it's Ramsdale who goes square. Botman. Again, Bournemouth allowing Newcastle to play, and it's Captain Bruno now with a bit of space to run into the gap. And again, the ball has fell kindly here to Asula through the middle. Asula, where are you going to go, lad? Asula! He scores! It looked uncomfortable, but in the end, he gets it out of his feet by luck, I think, more than judgment. But like I said, is he offside? What's going on here?
He might be offside. It might be a foul.
No.
There's a lot going
way.
on. He was the wrong side of the defender, to be honest.
I mean, it come through to him, like I say, right through the middle. It splits the Bournemouth defence. Literally, well, that's tight. That is.
Yeah.
It really is tight. And he does well because he gets it under his feet. Then he gets it out of his feet. And then literally he tucks it into that bottom right-hand corner. It's going to be tight, this is.
I think it's one of those very similar to Crystal Palace when he went through. Took it too wide on that occasion. Didn't on this occasion. Gets it out of his feet and puts it in.
I think this is a goal,
it's a good finish.
I think this is a goal. Yeah, I'm looking at this line now. I think if you look at the lines, it is a shadow, I must admit, so it's not a square as I'd like it to be, but I think he's onside here.
It's very, very tight no matter what happens. And you wouldn't argue Newcastle deserve it, but you would say Bournemouth have took their foot off the gas enough to deserve maybe Newcastle going level. We'll see how it goes, but that's just the difference Bruno makes, by the way. If this does stand, Bruno Guimaraes gets the ball, plays it through, and Newcastle have their best effort of the game. Well, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I think Bruno is questioning whether it's actually a back pass. Yeah, there you go. Even Nielsen passes the ball back. It wasn't Bruno. So it's a goal.
It's got to be if... Yeah, it's Evan Nielsen. It hits... You can see the whole foot.
It kicks the ball back, and that's what I said. Well, it's Evan Nielsen that passes the ball back. It splits the defence wide open. And Asula, I mean, he does well to actually protect the ball, if I'm honest with you. He rolls the player, Asula. Does really well. That's got to be a goal.
It hasn't been given yet, but I've changed it on our side. It's 1-1. So, I'm confident of seeing that because Evan Nielsen passes it forward. It's 50-50 whether he's on or offside and off. But realistically, it doesn't matter.
Why is it taking so long, though, Michael?
No, I think they're worried in case the final touch comes off Bruno. Maybe that's what they're looking at.
That's never off Bruno.
The goal is going to stand.
Oh, you've heard that, yeah?
It's on just said it on the commentary, yeah.
Okay,
the goal
cool. There
is
you
going
go.
to stand.
I don't know why that
United.
takes them so long. I mean, you can see it clearly off Evan Nielsen, the last touch. And the only thing that I was considering was they looking at Asula's rolling of the body, putting Hill on the floor. Were they going to look at that then as the foul?
After review, there is clear evidence that the Bournemouth number 9 plays the ball forward. The final decision is goal!
Get in! And well done, Asula.
Level. Great play from Asula. We mentioned earlier, he doesn't do well enough in those kind of situations. He did brilliantly there. Fair play to him. Again, 2 starts, 2 goals for Asula. He's justifying his place, but we're not questioning whether he should play or not. We're questioning whether it should be on that right-hand side and he should actually have some support. But that's what he can do. Well played.
I mean, he's so unorthodox, really, isn't he? He never looks under control or comfortable with the ball. But you know what? The strength he showed there to put Hill on the floor, he does well with Senesi there. And then he's got the tenacity and the composure just to tuck that ball away into the bottom right-hand corner. Under Petrovic's hand. So, I mean, you know what? Fair play to him. I said, he's paid to score goals, and that's what he's doing. It doesn't matter how ugly it is. It was a good finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I don't care how you score 20 goals a season. If you score 20 goals a season looking like a headless chicken, you can play up front for Newcastle United, in my opinion, at this current state. We're not in a team that's going to play tiki-taka football. All I care about the minute is getting goals.
Here we go. Oh, here we go. His groin's gone.
Oh, well.
I think who's going to go left back now then? Now you took all off.
Alex Murphy. Oh, Dan Burn. Yeah. Dan Burn left back. Oh, great. You know what? I said, well. It's bad.
Yeah. It's just that swinging of the leg look. Again, that air shot, and straight away, his groin pops because it's on the twist. So there must have been a problem there. I can't believe he's been allowed to walk back on the field and play, I must admit. the referee had already told him to get off the field of play as he put his hand up from the start when he was off the field of play. But he's been allowed to walk back on and get treatment.
How much could this impact Newcastle in the summer as well? A groin injury usually isn't a short one.
No.
Newcastle want to get that in. Obviously, whether or not you think Anthony Gordon's actually injured or not, Tino Livramento picking up an injury, and you can see how he did pick it up there. You can see exactly how it's happened. That's two players Newcastle could have potentially sold for 130, 140 million, potentially injured and out. Now, that depends on if you believe the rumour, but Dan Burn coming off for Tino Livramento, and he'll be wondering if his World Cup dream is going to have to wait.
Yeah, look, Tino, who was you marking, was the words from Dan Burn there. Now, come on. He's been on the bench and watching 74 minutes of the game. Come on, lad.
In all fairness, if I'm sat on that bench, I'm sitting there going, I might get a kip here because this is terrible.
Yeah. Maybe somebody should tell him to put his Switch game down and concentrate on the match.
Sat there playing Mario Kart instead of watching the match.
Probably playing FM Manager, Football Manager. I could do better than Eddie. Ball comes in from Hill. Again, it's a good punch away, but it's not gone far. Back to Hill, who again playing the wrong sport.
Yeah, that one went high, wide, and not very handsome, wasn't it?
Yeah, wasted.
Newcastle should have the ascendancy here, but that injury to Tino might slow the momentum a little bit. But I'm not going to lie, this is what you kind of want to see.
Yeah, you do. I'm more than happy with what I've seen so far. The other option, obviously, you could always put Malik Chow and put Trippier at left back if you want to. Put Malik Chow at right back. He has played there before. Seems comfortable. So, like I said, there is options for Eddie Howe. I just don't always see two left footers being comfortable as centre pairings. Barnes up against Jimenez again on that left-hand side, and Jimenez gets another toe to this one. Oh, Dan, but you can throw a ball. Oh, he's only got 9 fingers.
Yeah, 9-finger down, but let's be honest. He's still got enough in him, and there's a lot upper body strength there. He can get it away.
Yeah, can you carry on, mate? I'm just going to refresh.
Yeah, absolutely no worries. Newcastle pick it up on that left-hand side. Dan Burn knocks it back. But let's be honest, Newcastle just going to hold on to the ball a little bit here. We're talking about the momentum. Yeah, Newcastle haven't really done anything to try and continue that. It's a lofted ball forward to Osula. Doesn't win it, but Bruno picks up that second ball. And that's what Newcastle have missed. That alertness that picks up that second ball.
Yeah. Murphy now picking the ball. Trying to thread a needle through that needle eye, and then he's lost the thread. Unfortunately, ball again down towards that left hand side. It was Bournemouth. Oh, hold on, Botman lost the ball then, but he got the play out. That's going to be a free kick and probably a Botman. Yeah, took one for the team there, Botman. Okay.
So Sven Botman getting a yellow card there off that free kick. A little bit of a foul, lost it in between his feet, and Bournemouth managed to get the other side. They're going to take it short, play it back. Trippier's tried to press Truffert a little bit there, and the man almost got in behind. But well defended there from Newcastle, and they've come out with the ball. And it's Bruno Guimaraes coming away with it once again. Ramsdale hitting it first time. Lofted long. Asula misjudges the flight though, and it's again just straight back to Bournemouth. But Bruno gets the ball straight away, wins a foul. You can really see the difference when Bruno's on the pitch, Gary, can't you?
I mean, what is Bruno that just seems to always be in the right place when it comes to where the ball's going to land? Is that you can't nurture that, mate? That just comes naturally to players, and that's what makes them different to other players. You know, it's not. And yes, it's a gamble, but some players just seem to be very natural, gifted at understanding where the ball potentially could land.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. He does that better than probably anyone I've seen. He wins fouls in those positions better than anyone I've seen under pressure. And he always goes to, let's be honest, he goes to ground a little bit too easy and he buys a lot of them, but who wouldn't? Trippier now in there with a lofted ball towards that back post. It's a little bit ahead of Chow on the volley, Asula, and it's over the bar from Jacob Murphy. It's over the bar by Jacob Murphy. Really not good enough on that potential effort. But again, Newcastle in the ascendancy now.
Yeah, I mean, at least you can see like you said, they're looking for which, and there's bodies, there's black and white shirts in and around that box, which is always going to cause you, because deflections are going to fall to anybody. But Murphy there, leaning back, is trying to foot it into the top bin, and like I say, nowhere near the goal, to be fair. Miley, unfortunately, couldn't get onto that one, and it's come back to Bournemouth. Ryan has come off for Bournemouth. Like I say, he's not really done a lot today, Bournemouth. Falls to Murphy. Murphy gets it out of his feet. Out to Trippier on the edge of the box now. Trippier, little lofted ball to the back stick. Oh, Jimenez just gets his foot on it. And Barnes was eyeing it up for a volley. You could see that one. And again,
Newcastle with some decent chances. Some decent chances to try and get a shot away, but not really doing too much now. But Bruno coming on, he's on the ball now. Big change.
Yeah, there's certain momentum is massively shifted in Newcastle's favour. Bruno again on the edge of the box, trying to drive forward to try and find that space. And again, Malik Chow stops Ivan Nielsen on that one. Botman gives it to Tonali, who's short, gives it to Chow. Newcastle camping in the Bournemouth half. And Bruno again trying to work his magic, but again, Senesi saw the danger, and Murphy again on the halfway line, straight through the back of Senesi.
And he's going to get a yellow card
to Murphy.
Yeah, a little bit soft, that one for me. I mean, Senesi's not really going anywhere. It's not stopping a good break, really. But Murphy does go in the back of him. We've seen them give him, but it just seemed a bit unnecessary to give the yellow there.
Yeah, he's one of those yellow cards that is rubbish, if I'm honest with you. And it just puts a bad taste, if I'm honest with you, because I thought he's officiated this one well. And that is a wrong decision for me. Senesi does step across Murphy, and that's what it do. You've got to run further to get the ball back. Doak now, who's come on for Ryan, stepping over, but again, plays the back to Jimenez. Jimenez again stopped by Miley, who goes all the way back to Hill. Senesi now square, and Newcastle just camping on the edge of their own penalty area at the minute. Brooks, who's just come on as well, gets the ball out, but again, it's Trippier hammering the ball at true fair. Ball has fallen well to Tonali, and now it's Miley out to that left-hand side with Barnes. Again, he's got Doak and Jimenez, but it's not really falling for him today, if I'm on Barnes.
No, not at all. Probably the worst game he could have possibly had, a bit of a stinker, with Anthony Gordon not being available.
Yeah, and again, Murphy doing well there, to be fair, to stop that progression. Bournemouth out for throwing. Scott playing the ball back again. Oh, there's a bit of a Murphy from Scott. This one could be looked at again, if I'm honest with you. Looked like he'd gone over the ball there for me.
Yeah, that scream as well. I heard that through a massive scream from Murphy. I mean, he does normally over-exaggerate.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
I need to see a replay again to actually see how bad it is. I mean, the referee's saying immediately it's just a yellow card, so couldn't have been too bad. But let's see here. So he goes over, he stamps on the top of the foot. Yellow card for me.
Yeah,
good decision.
Yellow card is as much as you're going to get. It wasn't high, and it wasn't certainly off the floor.
No.
Again, he hasn't had the best of games to Scott.
No. Little bit of play there forward. Newcastle ended up with the ball in our own half there. Tonali on the ball. Well, let's see what Newcastle can do. Can they get it forward? It's a great ball forward into Harvey Barnes, but it's the slightest touch in the back from Jimenez, and Barnes has gone down. Really not good enough. good positive play from Newcastle, but Bournemouth getting the ball in now. They're going to clear it pretty nicely. I mean, they're just playing it around the back. There's not a lot of pressure on from Newcastle. Asula's bringing it out, but they're just going to play it back. Newcastle got the bodies there, but they're not really doing anything. It's back to Petrovic. So much that Newcastle can do in these latter stages, if they can get a win, makes a big difference.
We've seen, like I say, Asula trying to make inroads, but we do need some extra legs, I think, up top now. And again, 83 minutes, no Wissa, no Voltemada. What is going on?
Yeah, it's concerning, isn't it? Newcastle not wanting to play those. Well, Eddie Howe not wanting to play those kind of those players in these latter stages tells you everything. And this is the biggest sign of any that both of them will be off in the summer, in my opinion.
Yeah. Again, Miley under a bit of pressure just dinks the ball forward to nobody in particular. It's Tonali, who's still full of pace this latter stages, and again, he's looking at Asula and questioning, why aren't you driving yourselves forward into that space? And Asula puts his arm past him. Ball eventually comes down to this left-hand side, and we are just on the halfway line with Senesi. And it comes out to this left-hand side, and Crook has a good ball inside now. This could be dangerous with Truffert. Tavernier drinks the ball to the middle. There's a ball. Truffert! Oh! 2-1 to Bournemouth.
Happens, done
Again, it was clever play from Bournemouth. Yeah, clever play from Bournemouth. They played the ball through the middle, and it seemed to literally part us like a parting wave, if I'm honest with you. And Truffert stayed central, and there was a ball from Tavernier literally up over, headed back towards Dick, where Truffert was there just to toe poke it into the roof of the net. Like I say, the lad who started it finished it.
Yeah, embarrassing from Newcastle defensively, really. That little triangle Bournemouth play, really, really good. Truffert out wide, little dink cross in, and you're expecting someone to deal with it. Nobody does. Instead, it just gets knocked to Truffert, who it's the easiest goal he'll score all season. Bournemouth lead once again at St James's.
And you watch now, he'll put the two strikers on.
Reacting. Doesn't he?
Well, he's reacting again rather than proacting. And that's what we were saying. Even Nielsen does well, to be fair. Dan nowhere near him. Plays it back to the danger area. Tonali was, again, not really going to get that one. Truffert gets his toe to it into the roof of the net. So 2-1 Bournemouth with 5 minutes left plus injury time.
Yeah, who could have saw that coming? It seems to happen
here we go.
Every single time.
Tonali for Voltemada. We knew it.
Yeah. It just seems it's so predictable, and it's baffling how you can predict how Newcastle are going to do. The only thing I didn't predict is the fact that we'd score. You knew we were going to lose. You knew we were going to play 4-3-3, and you knew if Voltemada and Wissa didn't start, they'd come on for 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, again, we haven't seen Wissa. There's certainly been some conversation that Eddie doesn't like with Wissa. It just seems to have lost all faith in Wissa and his ability in this team. So again, it's like I say, I don't know what's going on. Again, Crook with a ball over the top to try and get it in. There's a bit of a mistake. Botman does manage to get it to Malik Chow. The ball fizzed up to Murphy on this right-hand side now. And again, goes inside. Murphy trying to play the ball in. And Murphy does, again, he's been lucky there. It's fallen to Harvey Barnes on the angle. Harvey Barnes comes inside. And again, he comes to nothing in the end. And it's Jimenez. And Scott now got the opportunity to play in Crook, but he stops and again just takes control of that midfield and just playing tippy-tappy with Messi. Left-hand side, Truffert again.
Yeah, and that's Newcastle's 19th goal that they've conceded in the last 15 minutes of games. and that puts them now at the very tippy top of that Premier League table. At least we're at the top for something.
I was going to say, we're top on a lot of things, but none of them are very good things, unfortunately. Looks like a couple of changes for Bournemouth again. Even Nielsen coming off. I don't know who. I think it's Unal coming on.
And it's Unal.
Yeah, Unal coming on.
It's started the game in the cup, but ended up going off after 26 minutes with an injury. He didn't look great. They looked better without him on the pitch. But Tavernier coming off as well, who has had a good game. It must be said, and he's coming. I think it's Alex Toth coming on. The young lad that they signed in the summer. So again, youngsters coming on, but I know they've only got to hold on for 5 minutes against a team they're probably expecting to win against.
The one
now.
Who's challenging, but the ball goes down the outside, and it's Byrne trying to get involved in this one with Harvey Barnes. But again, Unal now picks up, and again fouls him, and again you can guarantee some housery going on now from Bournemouth, because they aren't going to be quick in retaking this one.
No, absolutely not, and you can't blame them. It's been a pretty easy afternoon for them. They haven't really had to come out in this second half. I'd said when we scored to make it 1-1, Bournemouth can almost be faulted for not really coming out and trying to put Newcastle at the sword. They sat back a little bit. Clearly didn't expect us to score. We got the goal, but now Bournemouth, as soon as they try to put players forward again, 2-1.
Yeah, like I say, when they try and take hold of the game, they leave themselves wide open through the middle, and it's like I say, them triangles just far too easy to get in and behind. But again, you could say there was still enough there to sort that out. You just look again void of ideas of how to defend your own goal. Bruno G with a foul there on Scott in the final minute of the 90.
Doesn't look happy, does he?
Well, he should be happy, because, like I say, it's been a gamble again from his antics with the team. 9 minutes coming Bournemouth way in the extra time.
I mean, I'm complaining at the fact I've got to watch this for another 9 minutes. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, Barnes again, 4 blue shirts round him, give him some support. Back to Byrne into Miley. Miley again playing the ball up to Bruno. Bruno on the first time out to Chow. Trippier again. Murphy get the ball out of his feet. Quality cross in now. He gives it straight back. And then fells him.
Great.
He's got to be the first one to go for me in the summer.
Yeah, let's be honest. There's certain players that really don't have a future at this football club, and Jacob Murphy is one of them. I mean, the Bournemouth players just staying down, and yeah, to be honest, you can't blame them. They'll try and just staying down, trying to just ease the clock down. Realistically, they don't need to. If both teams went guns to the wall and just tried to play football, it'd be Bournemouth that score next, not Newcastle.
Well, I think, like I said, the more you push to try and get this goal, this equaliser, you're all going to leave opportunities open. And like I said, they seem confident enough to take them, don't they? I mean, like I said, you've got the left back there running forward, and then not thinking he's done his job, he carries on his momentum into the box and stays there. That's the difference between Newcastle. They're playing with confidence. They're playing free football, and they're giving from the gaffer, they're given the openness to go and play and try and create something. And that's what I like when I look at these teams that are, if some say they're playing for nothing, they're playing with freedom.
Yeah, they are 100%. They're playing like a team that knows that the only way they're going is forward. They've got a great unbeaten run at the minute. Go stretching back to when Arsenal beat them earlier in January. Newcastle, a complete opposite team, and you can kind of see that when you watch the two sides play.
Yeah, Bruno out to Murphy on this right-hand side. Murphy gets it out of his feet, plays it into the box, but it's over everybody. Sven Botman But again, he does well to come inside. Can he go on, shoot? Oh, Bruno! And it's Petrovic with a... did well there, Botman, again, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, probably the best chance Newcastle have actually created outside of the goal. And once again, I know it's Bruno Guimaraes involved, but and who takes the final shot. But it is good from Botman. Gets a little bit lucky, Newcastle, with the deflection.
Yeah.
But once again, it's one of those. It's really not good enough at the moment. Oh, good chance there from Dan Burn from the corner, but unfortunately, flies over the bar, nowhere near.
Too much on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, gets far too much contact on that. Too nice a contact on it, and it goes straight over the bar. Like I say, Petrovic was nowhere near it, was he?
No, nowhere near it, but at the same time, he leapt so high, I think he has to head it down, otherwise it's going over the bar, unfortunately. But once it looks like Petrovic is going to get a yellow card for time wasting here as well. A little bit of the dark arts we've seen from Bournemouth in added time, but everything you'd come to expect from a Premier League game. And to be honest, I still don't understand why, because if both teams play, they're the more likely to score.
Yeah, that's right. A ball in the 94th minute of the 9 added on. Play from Petrovic. It's thrown back into play to Ramsdale. And Botman, again, fires it up to Tino. Botman again plays it central. This time, again, it's a loose pass from Botman, but it ends up with Miley, who trying to find and again heads it for. Here we go. I'll let you crack on.
Yeah, no worries. It's a throw in for Newcastle, for Bournemouth, should I say? Sorry, on their right hand side, Newcastle's left. They're going to take their time with it. Let's be honest. We know exactly what's going to happen. But other than Bruno Guimaraes, there's been very few players who you look at in this performance and go, yeah, you would definitely want you here next season based off this. And the referees just gave a really, really soft foul against Nick Voltemada straight from the throw-in, and Eddie Howe doesn't really know what he's doing. Well, it looks like he doesn't know what he's doing. He's confused, just like the rest of us, as to how poor this is. And Hopkinson shown there in the stands.
Oh, look at that! That's a the pressure is getting thick and fast. Wolves and 3-0 down, and Dominic Calvin-Lewin scoring leads his third goal. Oh dear!
Could have ended up with him, couldn't we?
Well, like I said, as much noise there was against him coming our way, I mean, he may have done us a bit better than we've had already with our forwards that we've got sat on the bench majority of the time.
Yeah, that's a thing. I'd like to say the same, but I feel like you could put Messi in this or Ronaldo in this team, and they'd probably struggle. Something's just not right. And you can say it's Eddie Howe, but it isn't just Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe's a large part of it, but you cannot be this terrible from top to bottom based on just the manager. Everything at this club feels toxic and wrong at the minute.
Yeah, Miley again, a little bit lucky there against Unal. Ramsdale just bringing the ball back into the penalty box, and again he's looking for offers to throw the ball out. Botman now picks the ball up, and again Miley's, I don't know what it is with Miley. He's not fit. He can't be fit, Miley.
You'd certainly think he's not, but
and
at
mentally,
the same time,
he's look at him now. I mean, he's there. You know, he's picking that ball up. He's not going for that second ball at all. Miley, he's struggling for everything. Again, there's something not right with Miley for me. He's certainly not been the player that I expect to see. Ball on the diagonal to Trippier. Again, it's Crook that stops the play going forward. Bruno picks the ball up. Again, Miley now in the centre circle, throws the ball out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes takes the ball past Jimenez, who's taken down by Jimenez, and it's a free kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, let's be honest, it's last chance saloon for Newcastle here, really. If they do score, it'll be a result that they don't really deserve, but we've had it against us a few times where teams haven't deserved the result and they've got it, so maybe Newcastle can salvage and avoid what would be 4 successive defeats and 8 in the last 11.
Yeah, it's sad to hear, isn't it? When you listen to that, you think, Bruno, it's fallen to Murphy, who again he's running away from goal on that left-hand side. Play it back. He does. He plays it to Bruno, and again Bruno gets it out of his feet. Is he going to put it into the box again? He keeps hold of it again. Don't lose it there, Bruno. He jinks inside, gives himself a little bit of space, plays a nice little ball, but again, it's out for a goal kick.
And this will be a big result for Bournemouth. You can see the fans flooding out of the stadium for Newcastle United. Be a big go down as a big result for them in their race for Europe. But I think many Newcastle fans, they've seen enough, haven't they? And the walkout now, I don't think many will be staying to clap this side off.
No, I must admit, there's some glares from what I've just seen there towards Newcastle. Eddie Howe, and it's like I say, it's from the fans. It's not going to be a good reception, I don't think, at the end of this, mate.
No, I think there's going to be very, very loud boos. And the whistle is gone, and the boos, you can hear them, not just in Sunderland, not just in London. You could probably hear them all the way on the other end of the country because they were very loud there, and the fans unanimous in that boo. And it's another poor performance, and it's another poor result for Newcastle United. And I'll be honest, and I think the chat and the prediction said it themselves, it's everything that we expected.
Yeah, it's been a very mediocre performance again. There just doesn't seem to be enough desire to get the result for me, and that's It's like I said, you can put any tactic out there. You've got to question: are these players good enough now? For the development of Newcastle, are the players that we've got, have they got to their ceiling? Because what I'm seeing against, I don't think Bournemouth were excellent by any means necessary. I just a little bit more than we did today. They showed earlier, like I said, they didn't stop running. They created a little bit of space. But again, Ramsdale hadn't had a lot to do. It's not been like, Geronimo, let's get over the for it. It's been nothing like that. It's been a very poor game. Again, somebody in the chat said it's not been a bad game. I think it started off really well. I think it went very bitty. The end of the first half, and that vein really continued in the second half. No, not one side took control of it. And you said on more than one occasion, the only team that looked like scoring was scoring and winning the game eventually. And I think that is literally where Newcastle, these next two games, are Eddie Howe's, I suppose, tenure. Because that, to me, like I said, PIF want Europe. It doesn't matter what it is. They prefer not conference. But if if it was conference, then it's still European places. But I don't think there's an out of chance now that Newcastle finish in the top 10. Never mind finishing in the Europe place.
No, the closest we're getting to Europe's Wrexham, unfortunately, and that's a big problem. Newcastle haven't been good enough. We haven't been good enough for a while. What do you lose by just pulling the trigger now is what I'm going to ask. Let's be honest. We're not getting Europe, though we've had plenty of chances from other teams slipping up for Newcastle to try and take an advantage of that. Leeds, in the relegation fight at the start of this week, they're now only 3 points off Newcastle United. I think they're safe, but that just says it all.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, can you imagine us finishing 16th? I mean, it's squeaky bum time, if you like. If we hadn't have got those goals that Voltemada gave us, I mean, I know we only got 4 points from them, but those 4 points seem like a godsend now when you look at it. And like I say, I don't know, when you're looking at a team that are struggling to score goals, struggling to create a proper opportunity. I mean, a lot of the goals that we're getting is scrappy. And like I said, if it wasn't for Ivan Nielsen's pass, we wouldn't have even got that goal. You know what I mean? We never looked like creating anything. So, the assist was from a Bournemouth player in the end. So I don't know what the answer is, apart from, like I say, a fresh stance. And to me, the next 5 games, Arsenal, because like I say, the rest of them, it literally is just players will be just, like I say, thinking about keeping them.
Yeah, absolutely. And people are saying, West Ham went down with 42. I'm saying that Spurs ain't getting 12 points. That's the plus side for Newcastle here. Otherwise, we could be in trouble. And, if you want to keep Eddie Howe in, fair enough. But for me, it's not good enough. And I'll tell you, I don't think it's going to be good enough for the lads we have on the reaction either. So, should we wrap this up and go straight
into that? Yeah, we're going to go straight into that. The match reaction with Chris will be here straight after us. So thank you so much for everybody that's watching, and thanks to everybody that's gifted us some things. Like I say, if you can, before you go, smash the like, subscribe if you haven't. Don't forget, Michael is back in an hour or so with. I'm sure that's going to be a great watch for all the members out there live. But until the next time, we're the lads, lasses, and bairns. I'll see you on the next one.
Ta-ra.